December 20th, head to DenverSports.com/equipment for a list of drop-off locations and most needed items. And help us spread some cheer this holiday season.
More than a few of our patients have talked to me about their first time, but it's not the first time you're probably thinking about. It's the first time that erectile dysfunction ruined the moment. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're over 50, it's likely you've had that first time yourself. But the good news is that if you're like most men, that first time can be the last time that ED impacts your sex life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're experts in treating ED. We've treated tens of thousands of men using protocols with success rates well over 90%. And those treatments have, in most cases, made sex great again for both them and their partners. You could even find that you're performing like you haven't in years. So if ED has been affecting your intimacy, it's time to make the last time that happens, the last time that happens. For just $99, you'll receive blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Heads up, pros. Now's your chance to unlock deeper savings. The Home Depot's new Pro Extra Preferred pricing can help you save thousands on the products your business uses the most. But the current benefit ends November 15th. Don't miss out. Registration for the new program is free and easy. Just bring your tax ID or business or contractor's license to the Pro Desk. Register now to lock in the best wholesale prices before it's too late.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Cudarelli Vision. I wore glasses for a long time, but when I started needing reading glasses to see menus, text, read stats, to see my computer, I decided to go to Dr. Cudarelli at Cudarelli Vision for refractive lens exchange. It was a game changer for me, and it could be for you too. Join Dr. Cudarelli for a live webinar December 10th at noon to learn about refractive lens exchange from Cudarelli Vision. This free webinar is the perfect opportunity to meet Dr. Cudarelli and have him answer all your questions about RLE, like what is refractive lens exchange? How is it different from LASIK or EVO ICL? Why can't you develop a cataract after RLE? Cudarelli Vision is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures. He can tell you when it's your right time for RLE, like he did me. So register for the webinar at coloradorle.com. It's December 10th at noon. coloradorle.com.
Macy's Backstage is a whole department inside your Macy's store where you can find so many holiday essentials all for under $25. Don't wait. Find a location at macy'sbackstage.com.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Humble bragging.
I slept great until I got up this morning at my accustomed time of 3:45 to get ready for this extravaganza.
Bitter jealousy.
We've been working together for 9 years.
That's true. That's true.
9 years, and a lesser stag has caught your scent.
And timeless Friday traditions.
I'm like, let's go. Let's get the party started. I'm ready to go.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
I've had some requests to let this song breathe a little bit more on Fridays. I know Mark Schlereth likes that. Mark Schlereth joining us live. Happy Friday, everybody. Live from Cleveland, Ohio. How we doing, Stink?
How we doing? How we doing, boys? Everybody good?
Everyone's good. Say good morning to Will Peterson in for Brandon Stokley.
I can see glorious Will there in the live stream. Will, you look marvelous.
Oh, thanks,
Welcome.
Stink. I appreciate it. How's lovely Cleveland, my friend?
It is freezing cold. It is really, really cold. Really cold.
Oh, that
right,
wind.
hey, right off the ocean.
Right off that ocean.
Right off that ocean.
Right off that ocean,
unbelievable. Man. It's unbelievable how the wind just whistles right off the ocean. So, yeah.
Yeah. First of all, first things first. You're wondering, where is Brandon Stokley? He's off today. Apparently, he was just so happy. He conquered such a beast in dealing with the snow and driving with the snow. He just decided to take a Roby day and relax and enjoy his weekend.
Yeah, well,
bask in his victory.
He deserved it after the glorious day that was the day before yesterday, I guess, right?
Yeah.
I mean, just fighting the weather, fighting the snow, having different appearances, getting all the way back up the mountain, Mount Crumpet, shoveling, a snow blowing Mount Crumpet driveway. Like, it just is like, it was too much. It was too much.
So we got Will Peterson in today. We got a lot to get to. It's an Is It Just Me Friday, a tradition unlike any other. We do it every Friday. Just a way to give you a chance to get everything off your chest that has built up over the course of the weekend, stuff you've listened to, watched, read, whatever, and you want to get it off your chest with us. Give it to us in the form of Is It Just Me? And we want to hear from you on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043, or also on our Denver Sports YouTube channel. Subscribe to the channel and start getting involved that way. We are counting down to Broncos Raiders coming up Sunday afternoon, and we'll start with the guest. Will, how are we feeling about this game?
Yeah, a lot of people want to call it a trap game, but I would ask you guys, how many dangerous players do the Raiders have?
Well, Mark, you called them just a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, there's 2 guys on offense, Brock Bowers and Trey Tucker. And the Thornton kid can really run, but he's really raw. Like, that's all he can do is run. If you only have one real skill set, and this just goes back to, like game planning. Like, if you can only, you're only a speed pass rusher, well, then you don't threaten me. If you're only a power pass rusher, then you don't threaten me. But if you can combine speed and power, then I got an issue. Then you're tough to block. So if you're just a speed receiver, but you're not a great route runner, you're just a speed receiver, but you don't get in and out of breaks very well, you're just not very threatening. So there's 2 guys. Bowers is as good as there is in this league at the tight end position. That guy can flat out play. And then there is Trey Tucker, but he's very small. So, like, when you're throwing it deep to Trey Tucker, man, you got to be on target, because he doesn't have a huge catch radius because he's just a small dude. So, really, if I was really breaking it down, there'd be one guy that was truly threatening.
Yeah.
One.
And that's interesting because obviously you went offense there, and I agree with you. Bowers was the only one that came to mind, and it's good you brought up Tucker and Thornton. But on defense, it's Crosby, right? And yesterday, Max Crosby goes from limited to DNP with a knee. So he's trending in the wrong direction. So I would make a case, 53 guys on that team, only 2 scare me. Now, Ashton Genty has had one good game this year against the Bears. He went for 130-something yards and a touchdown, averaged 6.6 yards per carry. And if the Broncos are missing some key guys up front, that's something to watch. But, fellas, people want to call it a trap game, and I'm looking at this Raiders roster going, you got 2 out of your 53 who make me nervous, and one of them didn't practice yesterday with a knee? I don't think this should be a trap game. The Broncos, during their 9-game winning streak, actually do have 2 blowouts. They blew out the Bengals and they blew out the Cowboys. I'm looking for blowout number 3 on Sunday. I think Broncos country could use a laugher after the stress we've been through over the last month.
All right, so we've got that to talk about. We'll put that question out there for all of you. How are you feeling about this matchup? Are you worried about this being a trap game, or is this one they should win comfortably? Last night, a rare, really rare loss for the Avalanche. Only their second loss in regulation, snaps a 17-game point streak as they lose to the Islanders by the score of 6-3. Jared Bednar said it was pretty simple why they lost.
That can't happen. We got to be harder at our net front. We weren't tonight. They were competitive there. I give them credit. I thought they played a really good game. I thought we fought and tried to stay in it and do the right things, but we had some guys that didn't have great nights and made some strange reads and made some mistakes that cost us.
Hey, I'm not going to put anything, Will, into this loss. They've been playing exceptional hockey. You can't keep it up for 82 games. They were due. They were bound to have a game like this. The Islanders are a pretty good team. Patty Waugh coaching them. They had been out here not too long ago and lost to the Avs. And let's face it, with the Avs off to such a fast start, they already have that bullseye painted on their back where when the Avs come to town, it's a special night for whoever's playing them.
Yeah, and they're still 19-2-6. You outlined it there pretty well. The record's dazzling. I'm not going to lose sleep over their second loss in regulation on December 4th. The only thing I will say, and no reason to panic, nothing at all, but be remiss if I didn't point it out. Mackenzie Blackwood did have a bit of tough night in net. Gave up at least 2 he wants back. And they tried to claw back, but when you're down 4-0 in the second period, that's a really tough game to win. They got it to 4-2, got it to 5-3, couldn't get over the hump. And guess what? Come April, you will not remember what happened against the New York Islanders in early December.
No. Mark, we saw already Deion Sanders seems to be listening to our pleas to change up the coaching staff and get more, college coaches on the staff. And most importantly, move on from Pat Shurmur. You just could not bring Pat Shurmur back. So they have hired Sacramento State head coach Brennan Marion away to be the offensive coordinator, and he brings the go-go offense. He's 38 years old, and he was about, by the way, to bring in the top recruiting class in the FCS. That's where Idaho plays. But now maybe some of those guys will come over to CU. But what do you think of the hire?
Well, we've talked about it a bunch. I don't know him. I don't know the go-go offense. It sounds to me like something I would hate. But
what do you mean? I'm sure it's all about lining up and with a fullback and running the ball 35 times a day.
I'm sure it's 100% spread, and we're gonna play 7-on-7. So I'm sure that I'd hate it, but. Listen, we've talked about how this has got to be the direction you go in. You have got to hire some collegiate coaches that know what they're doing. I don't know that you want the best FCS talent, from a recruiting standpoint. I played in the FCS, so there's a few guys that can play in the FCS. There's a lot of guys that can play, but you're just a little bit limited there. But good for them for making that move. By the way, I'm watching the game last night between Detroit and Dallas, and my phone starts blowing up. One of my college teammates in Washington at a bar watching the game, and there is a lady in the bar that's going to spend $1,200 for 12 of my wife's chocolate chip cookies to donate to CU. And she is like hounding him. And he's like, just give me an address. She wants to send you the money.
Wow.
And I'm like, yes, yeah. And I had to talk her off the ledge. I'm like, hey, listen. Like, we haven't even put the GoFundMe page together yet.
No.
Like, we can't be accepting donations on CU's behalf without the papal blessing. So I'm going to hold your money.
Yeah.
Just shoot me your address, shoot me your contact information, and when we get set up to really start ramping this thing up, you'll be the first call I make.
Yeah, Will, we're trying to raise $26 million for CU.
I was lucky enough to get one of those chocolate chip cookies last week when I was in here for Dover.
Tell you.
Woo, Mark, that's a good chocolate chip cookie. The right amount of dough in there. The right amount.
Yep.
Perfect.
I agree. We are off and rolling on this Is It Just Me Friday. Up next, tell you what, the more you look at this Broncos season and compare it with their Super Bowl winning season of 2015, wow, you can't help but notice the similarities. We'll pass them along to you. Make of them what you will next.
It'll be fine by dusk, but I'm telling you, baby.
There's something in the orange and blue coming to Empower Field next August. Zach Bryan is bringing his With Heaven On tour to the Mile High City, and we want you there.
Let me go.
Download the Denver Sports 1043 The Fan app and click on the contest banner to enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the hottest show of the summer.
We're having an all-night revival.
Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
Well, holidays can be chaotic and stressful enough without having to deal with unexpected plumbing issues. Oh, I still remember that holiday. Our first house, in-laws in town, frozen pipes. Oh, it was awesome. Stuff happens. Good news. The people I trust, Copperhead Plumbing, are available and ready to go to make sure unexpected plumbing problems don't dampen your holiday festivities. Copperhead Plumbing has been reliably serving Colorado since 2007. To last that long, well, it means professional work and attitude, day after day, week after week, year after year, leading to repeat customers, referrals, and positive word of mouth. This holiday season, Copperhead Plumbing is here for whatever you need. Water heater tune-ups. Need that reliable hot water for those aforementioned in-laws. With more cooking and cleaning on tap, schedule Copperhead to come out for drain and disposal services. Same with a pipe inspection to catch potential leaks before they freeze and become a major, costly headache. Let Copperhead Plumbing take as much stress as possible out of your holidays. Call 303-552-3491 and at CopperheadPlumbingInc.com. Happy holidays from Copperhead Plumbing. They plumb different. They plumb custom.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here for Mint Mobile. You know, one of the perks about having 4 kids that you know about is actually getting a direct line to the big man up north. And this year, he wants you to know the best gift that you can give someone is the gift of Mint Mobile's unlimited wireless for $15 a month. Now, you don't even need to wrap it.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan equivalent to $15 per month required. New customer offer for first 3 months only. Speed slow after 35 gigabytes if network's busy. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hey guys, it's Zach By here. This holiday season, give your home the gift of beauty and comfort with 5280 Exteriors. For a limited time, enjoy 20% off your windows or siding project. That's right, premium craftsmanship, stunning curb appeal, and energy efficiency. All at a holiday savings you can't miss. Call 5280 Exteriors today or visit 5280exteriors.com to schedule your free consultation. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality. Don't wait, this offer ends soon.
Jim, it's late in the half here at Empower Field, and things are coming down to the wire at the concession stand.
Nachos are a solid choice, but Grant needs to finish strong here.
He scans his wallet and pulls out his Broncos checking debit card for 10% off.
Wow, savvy move. And with no surprise fees, he won't regret this order.
I don't know, Jim. That's a lot of cheese. Bank like a Bronco with Broncos Checking from Int Credit Union. Insured by NCUA. Membership required.
Wow, Leslie, your fireplace really sucks.
I beg your pardon?
Well, what I mean is your fireplace is literally sucking all the air out of your house and right up the chimney every time you burn it.
Well, what can I do about it?
Well, you could get a high-efficiency gas insert from Mendota. It keeps all the air you already paid the utility company to heat, and it returns up to 86% of the fire's heat back into your house.
I'd use my fireplace every chance I get if I could do that. Maybe my furnace wouldn't need to run so much.
Well, that's the whole point. Hi, this is Keith Lair with Lair Fireplace and Patio, along with my niece, Leslie, to tell you how a gas insert from Mendota will give you the incentive to use your fireplace again. Mendota gas fireplaces and inserts are made to crank out the heat with beauty and style.
Lair's is Denver's oldest, most trusted name in fireplaces. Family owned and operated since 1954.
We'll even give you a free in-home quote, including expert installation by our own certified in-house installers.
Find us on the web at lairfireplacepatio.com.
For top quality Mendota fireplaces and inserts, it's Lair Fireplace and Patio, Denver's fireplace experts.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Licensed in Colorado by the Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply. Are your bills keeping you up at night? Imagine using your home equity for a financial reset that helps you to finally get ahead again. At Cake Mortgage, we get it. Life's expensive. Insurance, groceries, and high-interest credit card debt. That's why we created the Cake Fast Cash Home Equity Program. Turn your home into your ATM without touching your existing mortgage rate. Cake Fast Cash is fast. Many clients close in 2 weeks, so call Cake today and pay down high-interest cards, free up cash, or fund home upgrades, and you only pay for what you use. Cake Mortgage. Your fresh-baked fast cash loan is ready to enjoy. Call 720-850-0012. That's 720-850-0012. Or visit cakehome.com.
You know that feeling when you catch a glimpse in the mirror and think, hey, I look 10 years younger. That's what happens when you stop dieting and start doing Soda weight loss.
I tried point counting, calorie counting, shots, and nothing has worked until Soda weight loss.
Soda weight loss gives you a personal nutritionist you can tell text anytime.
Everybody's great here. Everybody's encouraging. There were some times where I felt down, and they brought me back up. If you stick with this program, you will lose weight, and you will get to your goal weight.
When you sign up for Soda Weight Loss, your partner joins for free.
If you're ready to feel stronger, healthier, and yes, look and feel 10 years younger, this is your moment. No meds, no gimmicks, just real results with real support.
Remember, sign up now and your partner joins for free. Visit sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's powered by Hellsberg. Shop and store are at hellsberg.com.
Joel Klatt, the nation's leading voice in college football, joins Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth every Wednesday morning. Presented by Groove Toyota. Here we go. Tune in at 8:10 for exclusive insight, bold analysis, and maybe just a hint of shenanigans. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Bold takes.
I would put my fajitas up against any Mexican restaurant.
Active listening.
You weren't listening to a word I just said.
Plus, a little number crunching.
What's 12 minus 1? I mean, 12 minus 11.
1.
This is why math confuses me.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
All right, happy Friday, everybody. It's an Is It Just Me Friday. Give us those hot takes on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. Also on our Denver Sports YouTube channel. Will Peterson in for Stoke, who is clearly just celebrating his big day, driving through the snow the other day. So he's just decided to shut it down for the weekend. We do have an Is It Just Me?
And, I deserve that.
Here's one from Nick O in Aurora. He's watching on the YouTube channel. He notices Mark all your work, your prep work, and it says, Nick says, is it just me or does Mark's game sheet look like Sean's play sheet? Does it have Run It More on it as well?
What's that?
Does it have Run It
Can you
More?
see me?
Yes, we
Can
can
you
see
me?
you. Yes, we can see
This
you.
is sometimes how I watch and talk to the show here. But there's my play sheet up because I don't want you guys to read my lips. Yeah, Run It More. It has that on there. Actually, for the Tennessee Titans, that would be a really wise. Well, for Cleveland as well. So, not that anybody's going to be watching the game.
Hey, Shador's playing.
Hey, tens of us will watch it. There is a chance that Myles Garrett sets the sack record. Yeah. So
how many does he need?
Good. Well, he's at 19 right now. The record's 22.5.
Wow, he's going to beat that record.
Oh yeah, yeah. He's going to get He might get it this weekend.
He might.
Hello, Jinx.
Will Pearson in for Stoke. So guys, as this season has played out, some of the similarities to 2015. We've discussed it. Hey, that Super Bowl was in San Francisco. This one's in San Francisco. Broncos had a dominant defense that seemed to make big plays on command. This defense has done the same thing. Nick Benito last week, an example of it. Even right down to Broncos hadn't won an overtime game since 2015 when they beat Cincinnati. But check out these numbers, guys, all right? This is the 2015 Broncos versus the 2025 Broncos, okay? Same record, 10-2. Points for 2015 Broncos 269, 2025 Broncos 284. Points against back then 210. This year 218. Point differential that year 59 plus 59. This year plus 66. Point differential per game 5 points in 2015, 5.5. in 2025. So there are, if you look at the tail of the tape, Will, there's a lot of similarities to that last Super Bowl. And when you factor in just how wide open the NFL is this year with no clear-cut juggernaut, why not the Broncos?
Yeah, why not the Broncos? And I think the difference would be, Mike, is just the quarterback position, not in terms of Bo Nix isn't better than Peyton Manning in 2015 because we know Peyton was at the very end in 2015, but just the leadership, the experience, the presence, and the resume of playing in these massive games. I mean, Bo Nix, yeah, he played in some big college games, but he's played in one NFL playoff game his entire career. By the time 2015 rolled around, Peyton Manning had played in, 30 of them at that point in time? And I understand Brock Osweiler played 6 games while Peyton rehabbed, and then he came back in Week 17 against the Chargers in dramatic fashion. But that would be the one thing I'd say easy on. I love your numbers because the defenses are very similar and the offenses as well, but just the Knicks versus Manning thing is the reason I can't make the leap quite yet, because you're talking about an all-time Hall of Fame legend versus a second-year quarterback.
Yeah, I think that's totally fair. It is remarkable, all the similarities that exist and all the parallels that exist between 2015 and 2025. I mean, it is remarkable, Mike. And and then also on top of it, when you start looking at, hey, the 2 best teams in the AFC are New England and the Broncos.
Right. Add that to it, yeah.
You can add a bunch of stuff to it. So it is like I said, the parallels are remarkable. And Bo, the one thing I will say about Bo that I can compare with Peyton is that both of them have that ability to play their best, to make their best decision when their best is needed. Even with Peyton being, really struggling that year, they were able to do that. So I would say that. And the other difference between that 2015, when they needed production in the running game, they could find it. You know what I mean? They could find a big run somewhere. They could find a breakout run. This team has not been able consistently to find the big running play when they had to have it in the red zone and all those things. So that would be my other difference, I think.
I get what you're
saying.
Crazy. I get what you're saying about that team had Peyton and this is with Bo, but throughout those playoffs, it was just so obvious that the defense was the reason why they were winning. That they absolutely beat the snot out of Tom Brady in the AFC Championship game. Continued on with the utter decimation of Cam Newton, and what that offense did, Will, was it didn't screw it up. You were never feeling like you were asking the offense in either one of those games to go out and win it for you. It was simply a matter of just don't get in the way of the defense, and I think this offense can do that.
Yeah, no, they can for sure. Let's not sell Peyton short in that AFC title game, though. He did throw 2 touchdowns to Owen Daniels that day and got them a lead. And they hung on for dear life. I mean, you go back and watch that fourth quarter. Tom Brady touched the ball in like 5 different possessions. And the Broncos kept getting stop after stop after stop. And you're thinking, oh, they finally won. Then he hits Gronk for the 4th down touchdown. They finally did win on the 2-point conversion that they stopped. The other thing, Mark, you bring up the Patriots. The Broncos have played the Patriots 4 times at home in the playoffs. They're 4-0. And 3 of those wins are famous. I mean, you have the Champ Bailey pick against Tom Brady in, 04, where he goes 100 yards the other way. And then the 2 AFC title games, Peyton versus Tom. New England has not had any success in Denver in the postseason. Can you imagine how electric a Broncos-Patriots AFC title game would be in late January?
Hold that thought, Mark. Hold that thought. We'll get your response on the other side. But I will remind Will and everybody that in that playoff run to the championship, Broncos scored 23, 20, and 24 points. So it wasn't like the offense was really a reason. It was just prop up, compliment the defense, let the defense go out and win it. Is it just me? Friday. Get your thoughts on that topic. And do the Broncos need to apologize for playing and winning so many close games? That's next.
Join Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan at Blue Sports Stable in Superior for our Denver Sports Equipment Drive, benefiting Recruiting Classroom. We're taking donations of newer, gently used sports equipment through December 20th. Head to denversports.com/equipment for a list of drop-off locations and most needed items. And help us spread some cheer this holiday season.
Well, as we get ramped up here for Christmas, New Year's, Hanukkah, all the holiday festivities, just want to make sure, do you feel like you got the energy for it, or are you kind of dreading whether or not you're going to be able to keep up? If you are lacking some of that energy you feel you may need, it could be low testosterone. And don't wait until 2026 to do something about it. Let's get on it right now, because it can make an immediate difference if you visit Jeff and my friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Got my T levels checked a couple years ago. They were a little on the low end, started a low T treatment that day, and today here we are feeling great. Low energy, just one symptom of low T. You also got putting on weight, less productive workouts, brain fog, feeling sad or depressed, loss of sex drive. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and take their low T quiz. It's so simple, 10 questions, yes or no, takes just 2 minutes, but could go a long way towards giving you an idea if low T's holding you back. And if that could be happening, schedule a consult. It's just $99. Start low T treatment that day. Your office visit is free. 5 locations around Denver to better serve you, including Fort Collins, Colorado Springs, and a new and improved office in Castle Rock. Call 720-440-7900 and at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
This is Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Hall of Famer. I learned early in my career that winning takes teamwork. And in banking, that means choosing a partner that has your back. That's why I trust Colorado Credit Union, a local financial institution that has spent more than 50 years investing in our community and helping families build a strong financial future. To learn more, visit ccu.org or stop by any branch. Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank. Federally insured by NCUA. Membership eligibility required. Equal housing opportunity.
You've got your whole life ahead of you, so choose a Medicare plan you can count on. And that's what you get with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. With more than 45 years' experience serving its members, United Healthcare has plans with low monthly premiums that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today. United Healthcare Medicare plans. It's Medicare coverage Colorado can count on.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity. Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids are going to grow, new memes will come out, but also, what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you actually don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from threats online. Plus, you get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices with no one battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all your devices are going to be working in perfect harmony, and you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, no strings attached. So even though your kids will grow up and you still won't understand what 6-7 means, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. All with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
Are you ready for the holidays? Hi, this is Scott Matthew with Matthew's Fine Watches and Jewelry. We have a great selection to choose from and special gifts with purchase. Discover elegant Allison Kaufman diamond bracelets. Select styles 30% off. These pieces are limited. When they're gone, they're gone. Looking to pop the question? Come to Matthew's Fine Watches and Jewelry and let our family be a part of your special day.
Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry in the Highlands Ranch Town Center and at MatthewsFineWatches.com.
Winter is officially here, Denver, and Hermes Worldwide is your ride to all action. Whether you're bundling up to cheer on the Broncos at Empower Field or heading downtown to catch an Avs or Nuggets game, make sure you get there on time and in style. This holiday season, let Hermes Worldwide handle your Christmas light tours, festive nights out, and stress-free airport transfers. Skip the traffic, snow, and parking hassles. Ride in warm, comfortable luxury with a professional driver who gets you there safely. Book now at 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Audible's romance collection has something to satisfy every side of you, because you can't be pinned down. Unless you want to be. Your first love story is free when you sign up for a 30-day trial at Audible.com.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Job shaving.
You played in the NFL, but you were a wide receiver.
Embellishments.
I mean, sometimes I swear you're just making things up.
And amateur zoology.
I think polar bears are bigger than grizzlies.
Of course.
So make them a polar bear.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, on this Friday morning, we got Steak joining us live from Cleveland, where he's going to be calling Shedeur, the Browns, and the Titans on Sunday for Fox. And Will Peterson in for Stoke, who apparently was so full of himself after being able to drive in the snow that he's just decided to take a 3-day weekend. So congratulations there, Stoke. We were talking about the idea of the similarities between this year's Broncos team and the team that won the Super Bowl in 2015, and the idea that, hey, it's even, right now looking like it could be Patriots-Broncos in the AFC Championship game, just like it was that year. And, Will, you were making the point about how important it would be and the advantage the Broncos would have 4 playoff games against New England here, 4-0 in all of them. Mark, is it that big of a deal if the Broncos were to have to play an AFC Championship game against a team like New England here or versus the road? Because the one thing I always hear you football guys say is defense travels, so should it matter where you play them?
Yeah, no, it obviously, crowd noise is big. It's a huge advantage for your defense to be at home. Because the offense is going to struggle in crowd noise, and it's always one of those things. It's hard on the defense from a communication standpoint, but obviously it's more difficult for the opponent's offense with the crowd noise here in Denver. So that's going to be big. And you mentioned those scores, Mike, with 23, 24, and 20 in those victories. Was that what you said?
Yeah, in their 3-game run to the Super Bowl that year.
Right. When you are built defensively like that 2015 team was, you're not, offensively they have been challenged to a degree. The Broncos have. You've got to be able to give your defense every advantage possible. So it's a huge deal, obviously, to be at home. It's just a gigantic deal. So, yeah, I think, I think it increases their chances. I don't know what the percentage is. I know you like pie charts, Mike, but I can't give you a pie chart on that. But I don't know what the percentage is on that. But I think it's going to be huge.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting. I think it was Klatt who was telling us this a couple weeks ago, where he's like, one of the huge advantages the Broncos have with their pass rush is, a lot of these teams, you run the play clock, right down to the nub here as quarterbacks are looking over, they're changing things, and a lot of times because of the noise here, the quarterback has to do the kind of foot raise to initiate the snap. Well, these Bronco pass rushers understand that when the play clock is down to 3-2, as soon as that foot goes up, boom. You're charging out of the gate, and that's an advantage you get here at home that you're not necessarily going to get on the road. So just some of the little things that can make a huge difference. I love the fact, by the way, that we're already looking ahead to the AFC Championship game. That's not Jinxie Cat at all. Not at all. No, nothing to see here. No, just let's start talking about it. But no, there's no doubt the Broncos have been playing their fair share, and this year winning their fair share of so many close games. Joel Klatt, the aforementioned Joel Klatt, on with us earlier this week, gave us his view of why the Broncos winning close games is not something to apologize for.
In one respect, if you're trying to be pessimistic, you would say it's not sustainable. And on the exact other hand, as you know, covering this league, the league has never been this competitive. There's never been this many one-possession, late-score wins in the history of the league up to this point, if you look at the numbers. So learning how to win those games, I think, is where you would rather be. And that's an obvious statement. I think what ultimately happens in order to win those games is that your quarterback has to make the plays necessary to win those games. And then it generally comes down to a defensive stop somewhere along the lines late. Well, that's exactly what happened against Washington. So is that a sustainable blueprint? Well, yes, absolutely, because that's what the league is.
And that's a great point, Will, because I think we get so hyper-focused on what goes on here with the Broncos. We see all these close games, and it's like, oh, boy, you're flirting with disaster. You're living on the edge, all that kind of stuff. But then if you can step back, and take a more global view of the league, you realize, hey, man, I mean, everybody's playing close games. Every game's a one-score game. So don't apologize for playing in the type of games that everybody else is playing in. Be really happy and proud of the fact that, hey, our team knows how to win the majority of them.
Exactly, and I go back to the viral moment from Bo Nix in L.A. against the Chargers week 3. You know, the expert lip readers out there caught him on the bench, and what did he say? I had so many chances today. And remember, guys, they had the ball, and he missed Cortland Sutton deep down the left side by about an inch. And the Broncos fell to 1-2 on yet another walk-off field goal. For whatever reason, if they do go on to do something special, and there's the montage of moments of the season, Bo Nix sitting on the sideline going, I had so many chances today. Well, he hasn't missed on those chances since. He's led multiple game-winning drives. Will Lutz has 3 walk-off field goals this year. And I don't know what flipped late September against the Chargers, but that will be the moment we remember, because that was the day the Broncos learned how to win, and 7 of their 9 games have been nail-biters, and they've won all 7 during this winning streak.
Yeah, I think the big thing that people, because, you know, what people could see is they follow the football. What people see, the general fan sees the football, and they follow offense. And so, you know, you look at, like, how Detroit won last night, hanging 44 on Dallas, and it's a tight game right down to the end. And, you know, you see that offensive explosion. You see, and that makes you feel good. Well, people just aren't used to being like, oh, man, this defense is going to make a play. But it goes back to what we talked about, Mike. It reminds me of 2015. There was always a time late in the game where I wasn't counting on an offensive production. I wasn't counting on a big play from Payton. I wasn't counting on a big passing game. You know, I was counting on this defense to create a turnover, this defense to get a sack, this defense to do something special. Hey, this defense to block the pass on a 2-point conversion to win it. Like, that's what you get, and that's why another parallel to that 2015 team.
All right, we got Mark out there in Cleveland, Will Peterson in for Stoke. We've got an Is It Just Me Friday, a bunch of Is It Just Me's queued up. We'll get to those coming up after I tell you about this great event that we're doing with Blue Sports Stable in Superior, as we've teamed up with them for our Denver Sports Equipment Drive benefiting recruiting classrooms. So it's going on through December 20th, and we're taking donations of gently used or new sports equipment. Most needed items include hockey and ice skates, as well as hockey sticks, football helmets and pads, baseball bats, and lacrosse sticks. For drop-off locations and a full list of needed items, head to DenverSports.com/equipment.
It'll be fine by dusk, but I'm telling you, baby.
There's something in the orange and blue coming to Empower Field next August. Zach Bryan is bringing his With Heaven On tour to the Mile High City, and we want you there.
Let me go.
Download the Denver Sports 1043 The Fan app and click on the contest banner to enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the hottest show of the summer.
We're having an all-night revival.
Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon $1 bonus.
Dan Jacobs for 303 Law 4040, and I'm here with that beautiful voice you hear on the other end of the phone oftentimes when you call 303 Law 4040. It's my lovely wife, Kimberly. Kim, I know you and I had so much fun the other day. We actually met with a couple that had been in an accident up north in their house the other day, and Randy was so excited. He's like, I can't believe it. It's the lovely wife. She's right here in my kitchen.
He's too kind. It was really great to meet him and his wife and his pets and just be able to help them.
I think it helps that when you answer the phone, when people call 303 Law 4040, it makes things, I know calling a lawyer can be scary, but I don't know, your soothing voice just makes it a little bit easier.
Well, I just want to help. That's all. And I know how to do that.
I love the holidays. I always like to wish our listeners happy holidays. Would you like to do so as well?
Absolutely. Merry Christmas, everyone. I hope you have a wonderful new year.
And I hope you never need us, but just in case, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040. That's 303 Law 4040.
A new exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card is your opportunity to go from cardholder to ticket holder for the FIFA World Cup 2026. For a limited time, when you're approved for a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card, you're eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more today at bfa.com/cardfwc26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A. in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
With Steel, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Steel tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check Kirk Herbstreit's pregame analysis first, before talking to your brother-in-law.
In this game, the key thing to watch will be the offensive line versus their front seven. If they can get pressure without blitzing, this could be a long night.
Okay, Kirk.
I know stuff.
Ooh, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey, it's Reese Davis. Let's be honest, you can't keep an eye on everything. Unless you've got Blink Outdoor 4 cameras. While you're focused on the game, Blink's keeping an eye on your home.
With up to 2-year battery life and with Sync Module XR, you can cover more space without constant maintenance. No wires, no worries. Blink helps keep an eye on what matters most. Get Blink today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Imagine almost every jewelry legend all under one roof.
Roberto Coin, Marco Biccigo, Ippolita, Paul Morelli, Mickey Moto, Tacori, Hearts on Fire, and dozens more, all in one store.
Imagine a diamond bar with almost every size, shape, and price range GIA diamonds.
And a Swiss watch center with all the great marks, including Longines and the legendary Tudor. I'm Dylan.
I'm Shayna Williams, inviting you to Williams Jewelers of Inglewood.
We've built one of the largest jewelry stores in America with one vision.
To be the only jeweler you will ever need.
For that perfect diamond engagement ring.
The ultimate holiday gift.
Or just because you deserve it. Williams Jewelers of Inglewood at the corner of Broadway and Bellevue.
Now, imagine their face Christmas morning.
This holiday, come to Williams Jewelers.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche. Williams Jewelers, where Colorado shines.
Clinton Yates here, and the holidays are upon us, full of gatherings, toasts, and plenty of cheer. And if you're like me, you want every moment to shine. That's why I head to Total Wine & More, where you'll find it all at the lowest prices, from rich whiskeys and smooth tequilas to festive liqueurs and elegant champagnes. And if you're not sure what to grab, their guides will help you find bottles that impress. You'll always find what you love and love what you find, only at Total Wine & More. Spirits not sold in Virginia and North Carolina. Drink responsibly. B21.
This college football season, show your school spirit every time you pay. Introducing college-branded Venmo debit cards. Rep your team on and off the field with custom school designs that let everyone know who you root for. Whether you're tailgating, grabbing snacks for the watch party, or celebrating a win, you can unlock 15% cash back at ESPN, 1 free year of Perplexity Pro, and more. This college football season, score more with the Venmo debit card. Get yours now in the Venmo app. Learn more at venmo.com/collegecard.
Max cashback varies. Terms apply. The Venmo MasterCard is issued by the Bancorp Bank, N.A.
Stay up to date on the Broncos and the latest news from around the league with our NFL insider James Palmer, exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Mondays on The Rundown with Richie Carney, Tuesday afternoons on The Drive, and Friday mornings on Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth, all season long. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos.
Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire.
Bold takes.
I would put my fajitas up against any Mexican restaurant.
Active listening.
You weren't listening to a word I just said.
Plus, a little number crunching.
What's 12 minus 1? 12 minus 11.
1.
This is why math confuses me.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
On this Friday, Is It Just Me Friday, we'll get to some of your best Is It Just Me's, either on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043, or on our Denver Sports YouTube channel, where you can watch the show and see Stink in his hotel room in Cleveland. Are you like right on the lake?
Ocean?
Are you on the ocean there?
I'm right on the. I can see the ocean out. You might be able to see it out there.
You'll have to give us a view of it, because if you've never seen Lake Erie in Cleveland, it's mind-blowing. It really is. The fact that is a lake, when you look out and all you see is water, you're like, that's got to be an ocean. But it's a lake.
Yeah.
And there are 5 of them, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of people don't know this. It's one of the Great Lakes.
Yes.
Yeah. There's 5 of them. That's right.
And they're very big.
And their acronym spells lakes, I think. Right?
No.
Superior.
Nope.
No.
Michigan.
Michigan.
Erie.
Michigan. Oh, yeah. No, never mind.
What's
I knew there was some acronym. Well, there's an acronym.
There's an acronym. There's an acronym in there somewhere.
Yeah.
Let's see. Here's one.
It's not lakes, though, now that I think about it.
No, I don't think it's lakes.
Lake Iliamna. Oh, that's in Alaska. Never mind. That's a big one, too.
Let's see here on the RamosLaw.com text line.
Genius, you idiot!
No Stoke. Will Peterson in today. And as somebody said, it's from Rex in the Springs. Is it just me, or did Stoke know yesterday that he wouldn't be here today? Didn't he accelerate fantasy football? Rex, it's not just you. And shame on me for not piecing the puzzle pieces together.
Yeah.
He pushed for me to pay off our McDonald's wager for the week. Normally done on a Friday. He wanted it done yesterday. Normally we do fantasy football on Friday. He wanted to do it yesterday. His excuse was, oh, man, I'm just feeling really good about what I accomplished driving through the snow. I just want to do it today. I want to celebrate today. I'm like, okay. Little did I know he was setting me up.
Screw you, Alex.
Yeah. Setting me up. So.
When did you know he wasn't coming in? Was it this morning when you got – like, when did he all of a sudden, like, Will, when were you told, like, hey, Will, we need you?
I was booked on this for like Monday, guys. I had 4 days heads up on this, so he was playing you guys a little bit.
Man.
If he didn't let you guys know, he let the bosses know. The bosses texted me, so yeah, I've been planning on this all week.
Man, oh man, Stoke. All right, fair enough.
Well, you know one thing Stoke doesn't like is business in the streets.
Yeah, so
he doesn't like that.
Well, his business.
He doesn't like it.
The fact that he's taking a long weekend, tapping out on us. I'm putting that business out there on the street.
Well, and real quick, he gets panicky when you guys aren't here. There was a show this summer, training camp, right? And Mike, you were doing your big journey back east. I filled in for you, and man, I got like 3 texts. 5:51, 5:53, 5:50. Where are you? You here? Where are you? You here? Like, he was flat out panicking, and I'm like, I'm at the gate. I'm walking in. I'll be totally fine. But he was thinking he and Rock and Roll Brian were going to have to do the 6 o'clock segment.
I'm trying to think who would do a better job, do you think, starting and bringing in the show by themselves, Mark or Stoke?
Mark.
Yeah.
Mark, I think you could drive a show if you had to.
Well, he did. He did
have,
once. Yeah,
I did when Mike had his heart surgery, and it's not my strong suit. Can I get through a show? Yes. Is it smooth? No. Is it? Yeah. Is it? It's not well thought out. But can I get through it? Sure, I can get through it.
I was recovering from heart surgery, and he's like checking in on me, not to check in on me. How you doing? It's like, when you going to get back?
Yeah, I brought him cookies. I'm like, it was like the day after I brought him cookies. I'm like, you ready to go? Like, what are you lollygagging around in here?
Yeah.
Just clinch that pillow, that heart pillow, and get your ass out of that bed.
Hey, Mark's like, I had back surgery on a Sunday and played the next week. You know,
let's go.
You can get back out there. Some more Is It Just Me's, or this is from Jason on our Denver Sports YouTube channel. Is it just me, or did you guys happen to hear a New England media member called Mile High, quote, a house of horrors, and said he'd rather play KC at home than Denver on the road in the playoffs? No, I can tell you, and Mark, you know, back to your Schlereth days, I can tell you that New England football fans view Denver as the last place they want to play. It is absolutely, anybody who's grown up back there has been brought up on the idea that coming to Denver is a house of horrors for Patriot teams. So when you talk about, hey, the idea of the importance of really, really going after that number one seed, not only because you get to sit out and avoid the snake pit that is going to be wild card weekend in the AFC, you get to rise above that and wait a week, but the knowledge that you're going to have some teams that are going to come here with the idea of, oh my God, this place is almost impossible to play in the playoffs. So, there you go. I mean, you know it, Mark. You know from all those years going up against them, they hated coming here. They had no chance.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, a lot of that was, they're such a defensively built team back in the Belichick days. And I know you could talk Brady and all that stuff, but that's how they started winning their championships, right? That was kind of what they were built on. And they had such a tough time defending Mike Shanahan's offense. And they hated it to the point where, I've told you this, man. Mangini has cornered me in a hallway at ESPN for an hour and a half writing stuff on a grease board. Like, it is something that has always been in their heads. As a matter of fact, Mike McDonald, who's the head coach of the Seattle Seahawks, said the reason I hired Clint Kubiak is this is the toughest offense I've ever had to defend. It drives me crazy, and so that's why I went in that direction. So, that's one of the things they've always had troubles with.
We got Mark in Cleveland for another hour before he has to head off to meet with Shedeur Sanders and the rest of the Cleveland Browns. He's calling Browns and Titans this week. Got another hour with him. Will is sitting in all day long. It's an Is It Just Me Friday. And coming up, I'll tell you why this is the absolute best time to be playing the Raiders in Vegas. That's next.
Will R.J. Harvey finally take control of the Broncos' backfield? Will the Broncos avoid the trap game against a division rival?
This is it!
We'll react to it all in the Fan Football Postgame Show, live on game day starting at the 2-minute warning. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What is happening, fellas? Stoke here for my friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The holidays are meant to be joyful, but if you're a man dealing with erectile dysfunction, the season of love can be tough on you. If ED is putting a strain on your relationship, this is the year to turn things around. Show your partner you care by giving the gift of treating your ED and restoring your relationship. Jeff and his team at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they have treatments when the pills or the herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. And Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they successfully have treated tens of thousands of men. So call my friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today and give your partner the best gift this season, a renewed, restored relationship. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Give them a call today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or you can find them online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
I dared Archwell Health to keep track of my vitals and my grandkids' names.
I dared Archwell Health to simplify my prescriptions, so Max and I have more time to play. Good boy.
And I dared Archwell Health to be closer than my neighborhood coffee shop.
Our members dared us to do more as a primary care provider for adults age 60 and up. So we made it our mission. Visit archwellhealth.com and become a member today. Archwell Health. We dare to care.
Life happens, and then debt happens. Your laptop dies when you need it most. A hospital bill hurts more than an injury. Enter End Credit Union with a free debt consultation and a plan built just for you. End is here to help you break the debt cycle and get your finances on track. Debt happens. End helps. Schedule your free consultation at end.com/coaching. Standard account and credit qualifications apply.
Select Health, how can we help?
Representative.
I'm ready to answer any questions you have.
Representative.
I'm Sam.
Representative.
It sounds like you said representative. One moment. Select Health, how can we help?
Finally. Hi, I have a question on copays.
I can help with that.
Real people, real answers in real time. Select Health, insurance made simple. Learn more at selecthealth.org.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Licensed in Colorado by the Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply. These days, we expect everything fast. Streaming, food delivery, even same-day shipping. So why should using the equity in your home to get cash be any different? At Cake Mortgage, we get fast. We just got a client approved for $300,000 in under 24 hours with our Cake Fast Cash program. If you're struggling with high-interest debt, roll it into one low monthly payment and save hundreds or more each month. The best part? You'll keep your current mortgage rate and only pay for what you use. Cake Mortgage. Your fresh-baked fast cash loan is ready to enjoy. So don't wait. Call 720-850-0012. That's 720-850-0012. Or visit cakehome.com. For thousands of five-star reviews.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. And people say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it, because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So, looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
We know exactly what you're not thinking about right now. Wiper blades. But now that you are, take a moment to think about how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America. Why? Because Rain-X thinks about wiper blades all the time. We obsess, so you don't have to. Simply install our blades and then think about literally anything else. So choose Rain-X, America's #1 wiper blades, and then go back to not thinking about wiper blades. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
Fuel more on your car than it's worth? Don't miss the payoff reduction event at O'Mara Ford. Here's how it works. If your payoff's $17,000 at O'Mara Ford, it becomes $6,000. If your payoff's $14,000 at O'Mara, it becomes $3,000. If your payoff's $11,000 at O'Mara, it becomes $0. Or save thousands with 0% financing 72 months. Let O'Mara Ford reduce your payoff up to $11,000. Stock SUA 05503. Must qualify for all rebates.
Helzberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is gonna be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop in store at Helzberg.com for up to 50% off.
You could save thousands of dollars on the products your business uses the most with the Home Depot's new Pro Extra Preferred Pricing. Registering is free and easy. Just have your tax ID or business or contractor's license ready. But don't wait. The current preferred pricing benefit will end on November 15th. Visit your local Pro Desk to register now and unlock the deepest savings on the products you choose.
Is water damaging your home? Contact Groundworks, the basement concrete foundation experts. Get your free inspection today. Learn more at groundworks.com. Licensed in all states where work is performed.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Relentless mind games.
Are you trying to get me in an O'Reilly right now?
Total accountability.
You're always throwing your teammates under the bus. That's just what you do.
And a sprinkle of advanced analytics.
The Boo rating, BOO, which is balls over opponent.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Welcome in on this Friday morning. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Is It Just Me Friday? Giving you a chance to get those hot sports opinions off your chest heading off into the weekend. Hit us up. RamoSlaw.com text line 303-713-1043. Denver Sports YouTube channel as well. We are all coming to the realization that we were duped yesterday by one Brandon Stokley, who was pushing for fantasy football lineups, pushing for me to bring in McDonald's for breakfast to pay off the fantasy wager. Because he knew he wasn't going to be here today. He knew after the success he had driving in the snow on Wednesday that he was going to celebrate by taking a long weekend. So no Brandon Stokley today. Will Peterson is staying in. We've got Mark Schlereth live on the shores of Lake Erie in Cleveland as he's going to be calling Deion Sanders and the Cleveland Browns against the Tennessee Titans this weekend. By the way, Mark, you were saying there was some sort of acronym for the Great Lakes. It's Holmes.
Holmes, that's right, not Lakes.
All right, can you?
I was close though.
Well, we'll see if we can't get you to feed two birds with one scone here. Can you?
Okay.
First of all, can you spell Holmes and can you name the lakes?
Homes.
All right.
So there is Huron.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
There is HO would be Ontario.
Correct.
HOM would be Lake Michigan.
Correct.
Right. HOME would be Erie.
Oh, I think he's going to do
and
it.
S would be Superior.
There you go.
I knew there was something out there. I knew it, Mike. I knew it. I'm so, to me, that's an A. Even, that's an A. And I said Lakes, but it meant Homes. It was close enough. You knew what you were doing. That was the kind of finals I used to have when I was at Idaho.
Yeah.
It'd be like, you know what, we'd be at the bar, having a pitcher. The professor would be asking me questions, and he'd just be like, more, try again, again, yeah. And eventually he'd work me to it, and we'd be like, man, that was really good. A.
Well, I'm sure you never took your finals like this at Kent Denver. Mark likes to brag that his idea of taking finals at Idaho was to take his professors out for beers and pitchers and do an oral final. So while playing darts and stuff. So
we played darts and cards and things like that. Yeah, it worked out.
Hey,
I had a great GPA. Great GPA that way.
This Bronco Raider game coming up on Sunday. I know that. For some, there's concern of it being a trap game and everything like that. I just don't see it happening, and I'll tell you why. This is the benefit of the bye happening when it did, because with the bye being just a couple of weeks ago, the Broncos have not had enough time to settle into a routine where it would be easy to overlook this game. Because you were off, because you've played that one game, you're eager to get back into the flow of things. So I don't think you're as at risk, Will, of having a letdown. Let's say the Broncos had taken that bye week after the London game, okay? And they had taken that bye week 7, okay? Then you would be looking at a stretch of football where you would have played the Giants, Dallas, Houston, Vegas, Kansas City, Washington. Then you'd be getting ready to play this game, knowing that you had Green Bay the week after. Then we would be spending this week talking about the possibility of a trap. But with the bye coming just a couple of weeks ago, I think they're a little bit more immune from that happening.
Yeah, I think when you're a good team, you want a late bye, right? And that's why Sean Payton turned down the bye after London. He mentioned that the NFL gave them the option, and he's thinking, we're a Super Bowl contender. I want my bye almost as late as possible, and I think that benefits the Broncos. They played one game in 23 days, and I heard some talk after the Commander, fatigue came into play. I understand in the fourth quarter in OT the D was fatigued because even marathon runners get fatigued. They were on the football field a long, long time. But fatigue overall, I just can't buy it. The schedule lined up brilliantly for them in November. You got a scare in Washington. I thought the Commanders played really well. I know you guys talked about that. They did not look like a 3-8 football team. They looked like a team that went to the NFC title game. Mariota took a time machine back to when he was thought of as a top prospect. But yeah, I think the bye came at a great time, and I'm with you. I don't particularly see this as a trap game because I think the Broncos are due for another blowout. And I understand they only have 2 on the year, but I got a good feeling that Sunday could be number 3. Mark, I think the Raiders are 1, 2, 3 Cancun. That's kind of how they look to me right now.
Yeah, they're awful. I mean, they've already fired their offensive coordinator. They've already fired their special teams coordinator. They can't produce on the offensive side of the ball. They can't block people. I think Ashton Genty's a really good pick, but you can't. I mean, and I think he's a really tough runner. I mean, I'm impressed by him, but they are so bad up front, Will. They just really have no offensive ability to sustain drives, to put points on the board defensively. If you block Max Crosby, you're going to be all right. It just is, and as you mentioned, he didn't practice yesterday with a knee injury. So I'm 100% with you. This should be, and you hate to say, hey, this should be a walk, but you should walk through this game. Like this should be a blowout.
Other things happening that we're talking about this morning: the Avalanche lost a hockey game in regulation.
Wow.
That's news because it's only the second time in 27 games that it has happened. They lost last night to Paddywaw and the Islanders on the road 6-3. They fell behind 4-0. Just sloppy. They had a goalie interference call that did not go their way that Jared Bednar was unhappy with, but they did not play well. They fell behind 4-0, but still made a game of it, got it back to within 4-2. Before Bednar's team eventually fell short.
You just refocus. I mean, like, we've had bad periods, we've had bad stretches in our game that we've overcome, and, you know, I'm sure, like, I look at a lot of that game and I'm like, we're still digging in, and we're down 4, we cut it to 2, then they score on the power play. You know, it's closer than you think, but it still wasn't good enough, so we just got to make sure the next one is.
Yeah, Will, there is absolutely nothing I take from this game as any kind of, well, you might want to be careful about this moving forward, or, ooh, did that expose something? Nope. This is just one game out of 82. They were due. They weren't going to be able to keep up this ridiculous pace forever. So they lose one to a pretty good hockey team. We move on.
Yeah, I feel the same way. The goaltending from Mackenzie Blackwood wasn't exactly perfect, but you mentioned there was controversial goalie interference. And listen, man, the Avalanche get to spend 3 days in New York. They've earned 3 days in New York. They are off all day today. They'll play the Rangers tomorrow. I'm sure the guys had a good time in the greatest city in the world last night.
And the Buffs, good week for local Colorado college football as Jim Mora Jr. gets hired by CSU. That gives that program a boost. And after all the talk about you got to move on from Pat Shurmur, you got to get a younger college-based offensive coordinator. Well, it looks like they've done that as the Buffs set to hire Sacramento State head coach Brennan Marion, who is the architect of the go-go offense. Stink, you ready to get sick? You want to hear what the go-go offense is all about?
Yeah, let's hear it.
All right, here you go. It's 2 running backs are positioned next to the quarterback on the right while wide receivers spread out wide. The offense incorporates unbalanced formations and a variety of run plays, including play action. The offense uses tempo and spacing to keep the defense guessing. The quarterback has multiple options each play, including handing off, running, or pitching to the running back. The offensive goal aims is to stretch the defense horizontally with 3 receivers while taking advantage of the full field and matchups.
We're going to have systems.
Yeah. Sounds like a real hoot. Can't wait. Can't wait to watch it.
It's you know what it is? It's the kind of offense you got to run in college. Exactly. Right. There's nothing wrong with it, and it's what they needed here.
Yeah, it is. Obviously, it's a college system, and you know, I always say this about the difference between college and professional football: the hash marks. Man, the width. You got an extra. You think about it. Every receiver on the wide side of the field in college has an extra 3 feet of space to operate in. That's why the windows in college are so much wider than the windows in the NFL. What is covered in college is wide open in the NFL. And you've got to learn the difference. And that's why a lot of young quarterbacks struggle, because they're like, oh, I can't throw that. Well, no, you got to throw that. That's wide open. And so, good. I'm glad they're getting back into some type of collegiate system to take advantage of the width of the field and the athletes that Deion is able to recruit.
Do you believe? Well, not yet, but this helps. How about that, Deion? Not yet, but that certainly helps. That was a very, very encouraging move. Coming up next, after a week in which R.J. Harvey did not receive the most glowing of reviews, how should the Broncos handle their running game moving forward down the stretch? That's next.
After a disappointing season, has the pressure been turned up on Coach Prime and the Buffs?
Guys, I'm telling you, if Deion Sanders doesn't win and win big next year, CU Athletics will be in a worse spot after he leaves than before he arrived. And that's a promise.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
If hip or knee pain is slowing you down, turn to Colorado Joint Replacement, home to some of the state's top trained surgeons. With 4 convenient locations in Denver, Lone Tree, Littleton, and Cheyenne, Wyoming, they specialize exclusively in joint replacements using the latest technology and highest performing implants to deliver better outcomes and faster recovery. You'll receive expert, compassionate care and a personalized surgical plan to get you moving again. Visit coloradojoint.org to schedule your appointment today. That's coloradojoint.org.
Samantha Flanagan here for Flanagan Law. If you find yourself in a car accident, do not tell the insurance company you are fine. They will hold that against you even if you end up with medical bills 3 months later. Protect your rights. Look for the Shamrock. Go with Flanagan Law.
You've got your whole life ahead of you, so choose a Medicare plan you can count on. And that's what you get with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. With more than 45 years' experience serving its members, United Healthcare has plans with low monthly premiums that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today. United Healthcare Medicare plans. It's Medicare coverage Colorado can count on.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here for my friends at Cutarelli Vision. Now I wore glasses growing up, then I had LASIK surgery, but when I hit my 50s, man, I started needing those readers for everything. I decided to go see Dr. Cutarelli, and I'm telling you what, I had that refractive lens exchange game changer. Absolutely could be for you too. So join Dr. Cutarelli for his live webinar. That's December 10th at noon. Learn about refractive lens exchange from Cutarelli Vision. Free webinar. You'll meet Dr. Cutarelli. They'll answer all your questions. How long is the procedure? What's the recovery time? Financing? Is it covered by insurance? I tell you what, they'll answer it all. Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures, and he'll tell you if it's the right time for you to have RLE like he did for me. I'm telling you, it is awesome studying film, reading menus, you name it. Don't need those readers. So Cutarelli Vision, RLE, check them out. There's no readers, no glasses, no contacts, no cataracts ever. Check them out online at coloradorle.com.
This is Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Hall of Famer, wishing you happy holidays from my friends at Colorado Credit Union. The holidays are all about family, giving, and looking ahead to a great new year. And just like a great team, Colorado Credit Union is here to support you, whether it's saving for holiday gifts, planning for the future, or just making life a little easier. From everyone at Colorado Credit Union, season's greetings and have a happy and healthy 2026. Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank. Membership eligibility required, federally insured by NCUA.
Hey, bro, weirdest thing is happening at the game. Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. I think I'm some kind of football prophet.
Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Coach Saban here, and let me tell you, every second matters. Preparation is everything, and that's why I trust Kidde Smoke Alarms.
And as North America's #1 home fire safety brand, they're built to respond over 25% faster to smoke detection. Kidde helps protect what matters the most. Find it at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. #1 claim based on total household installations as of December 2023. 29% faster average smoke detection based on internal testing of smoldering wood fires for Kidde 9th edition versus leading competitor 8th edition products.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/play.
Tune into Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Wednesdays at 9:15 to hear ESPN NFL analyst Dan Orlovsky break down Bo Nix and the Broncos every week during football season. Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Short-term memory loss.
I don't remember. What was the reason I gave for earlier?
Oh, my goodness. Okay. I don't remember what you said. You think I remember the reason?
Ironclad sources.
One of the biggest haters in my life, my wife. My wife. She will even vouch for that story.
And spontaneous karaoke.
New additions like Ronnie, Bobby,
Ricky and Mike.
If I like a girl who can cool it down.
Slow it down.
Watch out, I'm gonna lose control.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
We got stinking Cleveland calling Shador and the Browns against the Titans for Fox on Sunday. Will Peterson in for Stoke, who's off today. Jeez, fell for it. Just relaxing up there on top of Mount Crumpet, just savoring his snow driving escapades that he came through unscathed on Wednesday. It is Is It Just Me Friday. I want to hear from you on the RamosLaw.com text line, also on our Denver Sports YouTube channel. Coming up here in about 15 minutes, Mark Schlereth and his appearance in a highly anticipated documentary that we'll tease with you. But let's get into what was a week that was not exactly the best of weeks. He did have a couple of touchdowns the other night, but R.J. Harvey as a running back, strictly as a running back, not a pass-catching running back, but as a running back, not exactly getting the best of reviews. First, there was Joel Klatt.
I think that we all knew that the run game wouldn't be quite as efficient without J.K. Dobbins. I think R.J. Harvey is a good back, but he's very inconsistent. There are too many rushes where it feels like Harvey, runs for 2 yards when it's blocked for 4. And you need the exact opposite. You always want a plus runner. If it's blocked for 4, give me 6. If it's blocked for 6, take it to the house. And there are times when Harvey's vision and I would say lack of decisiveness with the football leads to short or no yardage runs. And that needs to increase.
And then there was Dan Orlovsky.
There are runs there that I would say a downhill back that has, the reps in that would see and cuts that would be made off of that from that guy that weren't, Harvey's a nice player. He just is a little bit more of a space back for me than in between the tackles back and seeing some of those cutbacks. So, getting him a little bit more comfortable, getting those backs a little bit more comfortable in those reps and seeing that, I do think is a big deal.
Mark, listening to Sean Payton talk about R.J. Harvey this week, it's clear that he still believes in the potential and what they see in R.J. Harvey that made him a second-round pick. He's not – I don't see him losing his number one job to either Jaleel McLaughlin or Tyler Bidet. So if that's going to be the case and it's going to continue to be Harvey, where is your level of confidence in this guy moving forward down the stretch?
Yeah, I mean, I think the guy can make big plays and all those things. I just think it's the consistency with which, like, I want my running back to be able to give me. Joel said, I always called it being a +2 runner. Block it for 2, get me 4. Block it for 4, get me 6 or 7. So, my look with backs that come into the league, there are some guys that just understand how to run. There's some guys that just understand how to fall forward. There's some guys that just understand, hey, when I just got to put my nose in there and grind out 4. And you've got to come to the realization that, not every run is going to be a breakout. And sometimes the best thing you can do, like I said, is just get in the mosh pit and keep your legs moving and get us 4 or 5 yards. And eventually good runs will break out. Like, I keep waiting for that to be the case with R.J. Harvey on a consistent basis. There's too many times when he takes a wide handoff and then he stutters and then he tries to bounce outside. And instead of getting an ugly 3 yards, he gets a 0 or -1. Those are the things that set you back, and those are the things that get you off schedule so you can't run the ball anymore. So I think they'll keep giving him chances. I think they're going to keep giving him the chances, but at some point he's got to find that rhythm, if you will, and figure that you can't have those negative type runs.
Well, and Stink, I think you nailed it. It's the old dog new tricks thing. What did he do so well at Central Florida? He got the football, and he goes, I'll just bounce it outside because I'm the fastest guy on the field, and he's gone down the sideline. The problem is the linebackers, the edge rushers, they're way too fast in the NFL. You can't just bounce everything outside. That works against Kansas State. That works against West Virginia. Heck, he had the famous highlight where he beat Travis Hunter in a foot race down the sideline when the Knights played the Buffs last year in Central Florida. So I get it. It's how he's wired because that worked for him in high school, I guarantee it, and it worked for him in college. In the NFL, these defenders are way too fast. He's got to trust the best offensive line or one of the best in the league and run the football downhill and not constantly want to bounce everything outside.
So Stink, this is my question then, because you guys both make excellent points, but R.J. Harvey's not the first running back who's come into the NFL from college who's had to learn that. My question is this something that if you microwave his development and keep giving him the ball here coming down the stretch, especially against opponents like Vegas, can he figure it out quick enough, soon enough, to be able to be that kind of back that you need if you're going to go deep in the playoffs?
I think the more opportunities you get, the better off you're going to be. I think the other thing that probably goes unnoticed, Mike, and I think this was one of Terrell Davis's biggest strong suits, is that dude knew where he knew where the weakness of the defense was. He knew where the softest spot, the most likely spot that was going to break on the defense was. He knew where the strength of the defense was. So he was really good from a game plan standpoint of saying, hey, man, this is where the likelihood, this is going to be a cutback run, or this is going to be a run where I'm going to get to the edge. And having that knowledge and understanding the game and understanding defenses. So it's not just running with vision and it's not just running with feel. All those things are important, but it's also running with understanding of what the blocking scheme is and where the toughest matchup is. And sometimes it's just the front. Sometimes it's, hey, man, we got an outside edge linebacker who is just a edge setter and no tight end can block him. And sometimes it's, hey, man, it's the 3 technique is a beast. Like, we got to avoid that guy. So sometimes it's just the way the defense sets up and then sometimes it's just individual players. But really understanding the scheme becomes, of monumental importance to running backs.
Coming up, we got 4 Down Territory and the trailer for the highly anticipated John Elway documentary dropped yesterday. And does Mark have a role in it? We'll find out coming up after I tell you about the great event we're doing with our friends at Blue Sports Stable in Superior. It's our Denver Sports Equipment Drive, benefiting Recruiting Classroom. Now, we have drop-off locations all around, and we have a barrel, if you will, in our lobby, and already we're seeing some hockey sticks in there, saw a couple of lacrosse sticks in there. Good stuff. A baseball glove. So keep it going. Now through December 20th, we're taking donations of gently used or new sports equipment. Most needed items include hockey and ice skates, as well as hockey sticks, football helmets and pads, baseball bats, and lacrosse sticks. To donate, go to denversports.com/equipment.
Join Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and Blue Sports Stable in Superior for our Denver Sports Equipment Drive, benefiting Recruiting Classroom. We're taking donations of new or gently used sports equipment through December 20th. Head to denversports.com/equipment for a list of drop-off locations and most needed items. And help us spread some cheer this holiday season.
Fellas, what is happening? Stoke here. Happy holidays from me and my friends over at Embers Golf, your go-to spot for holiday shopping. Gear up, save big, and surprise that golf enthusiast in your life with a gift card from my friends at Embers Golf. It's family-owned and customer-focused, so you know you're getting the best customer service and the best deals. Don't wait. Go to embersgolf.com today, and you can see some great deals, get some great items. And what I love about Embers Golf is it isn't your big box golf store. Nope, it's boutique style, family-owned, and built for true golf enthusiasts. They're not just selling you golf clubs. They're crafting a full journey personalized to you and your golf game. Trust me, I know. I got a full fitting of clubs, driver, 3-wood, all my irons. I absolutely love the new clubs I got this year for golf season. What a season it was. And they got 2 private hitting bays, all the major brands, Callaway, G4, TaylorMade, Titus, whatever you need, they got you covered, and they specialize in custom upgraded shafts that take your game to the next level. You can get a full back fitting, get yourself dialed in just like I did. Embers Golf, where your golf journey begins.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig-speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, a new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
After a car accident, you might wonder, do I really need a lawyer? But at Postman Law, we go beyond the courtroom. We're your single point of contact for insurance, medical bills, and doctors. Get the outcome you deserve without the headache.
Call 844-POSTMAN, attorney advertising.
For the fitness fanatic on your Christmas list, save big this holiday season. At Fitness Gallery, we have deals everywhere, up to 50% off. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins. We have you covered.
Here's Denver's champion wide receiver, Benny Fowler, with Shayna and Dylan Williams.
Benny, when you caught that pass for the 2-point conversion at the end of the 2015 World Championship game, did you realize you were making Denver football history?
And that was one of the final historic career passes of one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time?
No, when you're in the moment, in the flow, you just go. You're trying to execute. It didn't sink in at first, but then it hits you, and then you feel so blessed.
You made Denver football history.
Well, I just did my job. You guys make history every holiday season at Williams Jewelers.
How so, Benny?
Every gift from Williams Jewelers on Christmas morning is historic. I can promise you, they'll never forget it. Friends, this holiday, go see my jeweler, Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, and you will make a little history too. And hey, tell them Benny sent you.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life. Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, on the corner of Bellevue and Broadway, where Colorado shines.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan, powered by Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Sharp criticism.
Mark Schlereth a pansy.
Cries for help.
Dude, wake up.
No.
I need better from you.
And a little bit of tough love.
If the truth gives you a wedgie, then you know what? Buy better underpants.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, happy Friday, everybody. Is It Just Me Friday? Got a bunch of those queued up we'll get to here as we move along throughout the course of the show. Will Peterson in for Stoke, who's off today. Mark in Cleveland, going to be calling the Browns and Titans, which means he gets a chance to visit with Shedeur Sanders here coming up in the next couple of hours. But listen, a lot of times when a movie trailer comes out, they do a great job with movie trailers. They can make the most dog butt movie look pretty good in the trailer. But I got to tell you, after watching and listening to the trailer for the John Elway documentary that's going to be coming out on December 22nd, I think is the date. Will Peterson in for Stoke. This is cool. This is pretty spine tingling. Let's give you a chance to hear some of it. Here you go.
John Elway, the most gifted quarterback to ever play in the National Football League.
I can still remember feeling that responsibility.
He can do it all.
And the expectation.
This is his third loss in a Super Bowl.
I had to sacrifice everything to be the best.
Everything changed for Colorado in 1983.
Been the most spoken about name in American sports.
John Elway.
John Elway.
First time I saw him practice, I'm going, man, this guy's a freak.
He is going to be one of the greats of all time, I think.
He got the nickname the Duke of Denver.
The Duke of Denver. Duke of Denver.
He's got the ball, touchdown. Everyone was expecting John was going to take us to the top right away.
With Dan's offense, it was different than I was used to.
Bam, bam, bam.
My head was spinning.
Was he overblown by the media?
Part of the growing pains of coming into the NFL.
People have no idea how hard this guy worked to be who he was.
For me, looking over the last 50 years, my whole life, winning was the most important thing.
He helped a city transform itself. But let's be real, he was going to have to win a Super Bowl to be coronated. John took it personally. He had one goal.
The frustration level grew.
Before he's ever going to be considered a great quarterback, he has to win one of these things.
Those are the sacrifices that athletes make to be great.
Greatness is more than just a performance on the field.
And my dad always said, you can't take the easy way out. So this was the moment.
Whoa, man, I got chills right now just listening to that. That is awesome. And though he did not appear in the trailer, I do understand, Mark, that you are featured in this Elway documentary, no?
I think so. I mean, I know I did some interviews. I think it was for this. I'm not 100% sure.
Jeez, you are.
I do a lot of stuff,
so
Mike.
Clueless.
Mike,
this is why a white panel van can pull up in his driveway and say, "Right here for Mark Schlereth," and he'll just get in the back of the white panel van with the blacked out windows.
So a couple of years ago, I did. I gotta assume this is the Elway documentary. I did something. I was down in Cherry Creek. They invited me down there. I drove down there. It was like 2 hours on camera. How do I not make a trailer? I'm not. I guess maybe I'm not in the documentary. Maybe my stuff just didn't make it. Maybe I didn't make the cut. But I did do 2 hours of interviews on Elway, so I assumed it is for this, but I don't know 100% know.
Okay.
When people say, "Hey, Stink, will you do this for, like if somebody came to me and said, "Hey, we need you to do this, we're doing something about Mike Evans." Where do you need me? When do you need me? Because you're my buddy. I'm going to do it. And so that's just how I operate. I don't pay attention to the details. I just show up.
Well, Shannon Sharp made the trailer. You did not, but that does not mean that you're not in it. So we shall. I can't wait to see it. You had an interesting takeaway, Will.
I thought I heard my voice in there.
No, you were not in it.
I heard Mike Shanahan. I heard Gary Kubiak.
Yeah,
I thought I heard one little snippet in there.
I watched it. You're not in it.
Oh, that's a watchable thing?
Yes.
Oh, somebody said, was Frank Caliendo pretending to be me and throwing his voice?
No.
Okay.
He was doing the Madden stuff. No.
All right.
Yeah, the other thing that was in that trailer, and it's a long trailer, we didn't quite hear all of it, but there's a lot of family interviews in there as well. And I noticed Jack Elway, John's son, was in the trailer too. Jack and I, same age. He went to Cherry Creek, obviously, played quarterback over there in high school, and you could tell that John's family, and I believe it's one of his daughters, says at one point in the trailer, my parents' marriage was crumbling. So I think they're going to get really deep into not only the football side of things, but the family side of things as well. Janet, his ex-wife, was in the trailer too. So I'm really curious for all the stuff in between the lines, don't get me wrong, but I think the dynamic at home was great at times, and I think it wasn't great at times, and I think this documentary is going to explore that.
The thing I'm looking forward to watching, because I got here for the second Super Bowl year, and that was clearly late in John's career, but I'd heard all the stories about just the absolute fishbowl existence that he lived here in Colorado, and the scrutiny and the attention and the pressure that was on him. And while it is very easy to say John Elway put Colorado on the map, trust me, as an East Coast kid growing up following sports, the only thing I knew about Colorado was John Elway. And so he literally did put, for a lot of people, Colorado on the map. And but the stories you hear, Mark, about, this was before there was baseball, there was no Rockies, there was no Avalanche. The Nuggets were, not much more than a niche team at that point. It was all the Broncos, and it was all Elway. And the intensity that followed John Elway in this town had to be breathtaking to watch and to follow. And that part of the documentary is what I hope we can learn a lot more about, because everything I've heard, it was just unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, even as an NFL player, in my years in Washington, you always had heard about what you knew about the Denver Broncos was John Elway. I mean, that's what you knew about them. And even when I signed here as a free agent to play for the Broncos, it was one of those things where I was like, I wonder what this guy is like. Like, I'm going to just sit back like a fly on the wall and just kind of observe, and so obviously scrutinized, unbelievable talent, and it should be incredible. It should be incredible. It's probably the precursor, Mike, though, for the speech on Netflix. Don't you think?
That'll be like a spinoff.
That'll be the next the speech. Because we're getting into the championship. Let's dig deeper.
Yeah.
Into the first Broncos championship.
Yeah, your speech will be like, it'll be like Better Call Saul after Breaking Bad, that kind of thing. It's going to be this. By the way, a lot of people are saying that you are in the. Did you say in your interview? Did you say Duke of Denver? Did you?
That's what I thought. I heard my voice.
And a lot of other people saying too. Maybe we'll go back and listen. I don't want to do it right now. Actually, Johnny, can you find that one clip where you hear like 3 or 4 people say Duke of Denver, and we'll see if we can.
Yeah, it sounded like one of them sounded like me.
See if you can do that. Is that possible? He's like
the Duke.
He's like looking at me like, you suck. He's like, blah, blah, blah,
thank God you got the little guy.
Right, go get him. Go get him. Go
get him.
Go on. Go do your job. It's Friday. You're almost done. Well, that'll be fun. I can't wait to see it. That'll show a time here in Denver, a time with the Broncos that for a lot of people now probably have a hard time imagining it was like this, but it was intense.
And this film actually premiered last month. They had a big party downtown and the red carpet and all that. So we've got to talk to some inside sources who were at the premiere about Stink's role in this documentary, because this has been revealed to select fancy people with exclusive tickets.
All right, well, if you've seen the preview, let us know if Mark made the cut.
I did get invited to that, by the way.
Did you go?
No, I was calling a game. I was out of town.
By the way, you said earlier that tens of people are going to watch you. Mark, you get a lot of red zone airtime. Do you realize that? Like, I'm a big red zone guy.
Yeah.
And you know that meme of Leo DiCaprio on the couch when he's pointing at the TV? Like, I know that guy. Every time I hear your voice, I know him. I know him. You will have millions of people watching when they cut in on red zone.
Yeah, but not millions of people know me. So, I mean, they that's my voice. But most people going, how did the NFC South get on this thing? I
think he's a
Is there something wrong with my remote? Did the cat step on the remote? Give me that remote back. I'm not watching NFC South football.
Hey, just all I ask is make sure Chris Myers has had a little extra caffeine before the game on Sunday. That's just my.
Whoa.
Listen, hey, I'm always looking out for my guy. Okay, I'm looking out for my guy. I didn't think you got a good deal, a fair deal over there at the old breakfast ball. I'm just making sure that you are cast in the right light. Okay, that's all.
It's not bad. Hey, life ain't fair, buddy.
Yeah, well,
life ain't fair.
Time now for 4 Down Territory.
It's time for 4 Down Territory, where Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth react to the latest action both on and off the gridiron. Kicking things off with First Down.
All right, Bo Nix, while you're taking care of your business with the Broncos, come on, are you doing a little scoreboard watching around the league?
And only one time I pay attention is when other people tell me, or if we talk about it amongst the team, or if I hear it from one of you guys. But I'm not. It honestly doesn't really matter because we're in a great spot ourselves. So if we just keep winning football games, we're going to be just fine.
All right, Mark, that is a sports myth that we have to debunk right now, because I hear it all the time. Oh no, I'm not paying attention. I'm not looking at the scoreboard. I'm not checking those things out. Come on, that's got to be a lie, right? Not a horrendous lie, just kind of a little sports white lie. Oh, you guys know what's going on. You're following these things. You're seeing what everybody else is doing, right? Especially this time of year.
I would imagine. I mean, it's so much different than it was when I played. You're inundated. If you're on social media, man, you're seeing it. Unless you just eliminate social media, like Justin Fields, he tells me, man, I don't pay attention. The quarterback of the Jets, he deleted all his social media. He has none. He doesn't listen to the radio. If you live in a cocoon, then I think then I think you can avoid some of that. But every time you leave your house, heck, you go to the grocery store, people ask you so it's hard to 100% avoid it. You hear it, and especially as you start winning, Mike, more and more reporters from all around the nation start showing up to your locker and start showing up in the locker room. And, in that open media time, there's just more and more people. So you get some of it. You can avoid some, but you're going to get some of it. And you have social media, and he has social media and a social media team. You're going to hear some of it.
Well, and Mark, I totally agree with you, because Sean talked openly 10 days ago about how the playoff format has changed and there's now only 1 bye instead of 2, and how he has to explain that to the guys. So I think they can hit us with the 1 day at a time, 1 game at a time. Guys, I bet Sean has pulled up a big old PowerPoint in Broncos Park powered by Common Spirit with the NFL standings. And I think he has laid out to these guys, here's our path to the 1 seed, here's our path to the bye. You know Sean a heck of a lot better than I do, but it would not shock me if he went macro at some point and explained to his team what's on the line, here's our path to the number 1 seed, and therefore Bo Nix is scoreboard watching and would be aware.
Yeah, Mark, right down to the idea that, guys, here's another reason why we got to beat the Raiders, because if we end up in a tiebreaker with New England, we own that tiebreaker. Because of common opponents, we would have the better record, because we swept the Raiders and they lost to the Raiders. And you said earlier this week that that's absolutely something Sean would not hesitate to share with his team.
Yeah, so you get those snippets and those things. Like, it's not like as a player you're following that. And, and I know people don't believe this, but there were so many times where people would talk about the schedule. I'm like, hey, I have no idea. We're playing the Chargers this weekend. I don't know who we're playing next weekend. Now, have I seen it? Yes. Have I seen it at some point during the season? Yeah. Have I memorized it? No. Is my focus on the Chargers? Yes. And so it is one of those things where, it's out of sight, out of mind. But, yeah, I guarantee you Sean has talked about, hey, like the importance of the 1 seed, the importance of having that bye week, and part of it is also preparing you. Like, hey, like you're speaking it into existence. Just like he said, hey, you're one of 7 teams that I think I've coached in the past that had a chance to win a championship. Hey, guys, I'm expecting us to win the 1 seed. Here's our path to the 1 seed. This is why it's important. Like, it's one of those things that I think, again, I think it's talked about, but it's not necessarily focused on. You know what I mean? We talk about it, but it's not. It's just to put it out there, and then we get back to the business at hand, which is the Raiders. But
second down.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
I fired
right.
prematurely.
Yeah, you did. You did. You should go. You should talk about. You need to talk to Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic.
Well, every once in a while, and especially during 4 down, it just
happens.
Yeah,
it happens once. Hey, if it happens once, no big deal.
Right.
If it starts happening multiple times, then we got issues.
I'm glad you pay attention. I'm glad you listen. Last night, Thursday Night Football. Oh, that collective wailing sound you hear is the cries, the tears of people at ESPN, because the dream of the Cowboys making a late season run towards the playoff took a major, major dent yesterday as they lose to the Lions. Boy, go figure, the Lions. They can look like an absolute juggernaut one week and then look like, the Lions of old the next week. But biggest takeaway, Mark, from what you saw last night, Thursday Night Football?
It's why you don't pay wide receivers like George Pickens.
Yeah, boy.
I mean, unbelievable. Just the unmitigated disaster that dude was last night. Just the uninterested how. And then CeeDee Lamb goes down, man. And I think you had 2 fumbles. You didn't run a route. You didn't cross the face on a slant that got picked off. I mean, it was an abject disaster. And how you can be in a game like that and be, quote-unquote, disinterested is beyond me.
He's an idiot and a fool.
That's why you can't, as regardless of how talented he is, that's why you cannot pay him. You can't.
Yeah, if the Broncos want to write a big check to a wide receiver this offseason, I'm with you. I didn't love his body language last night at all. Hell, Dak had that deep ball late that he could have caught, and he just stopped a yard short and then pouted about it.
Yeah.
I'm not paying George Pickens if I'm the Broncos. Do they need to add a dynamic wide receiver? Yes. Pickens would not be my first choice. And, oh, by the way, the Lions scored 44 on the Cowboys, same as the Denver Broncos.
There you go.
Third down.
Well, the big one that we'll be paying attention to on Sunday, besides Browns and Titans, will be Chiefs and Houston, as we'll see if Kansas City can keep their slim playoff hopes alive. We had Dan Orlovsky on earlier this week, and he said emphatically the Chiefs are done.
Yeah, I think they got to win out to get in, right? Do I think they're done? Yes. Obviously, they have the best player on the planet, so you feel never count him out. But the thing, Stoke, is this. Everyone's pointing to their offense, and their offense is fine. It's a top 5 offense in football, however you want to cook it. Points, rush yards, passing yards, it's a very good offense. The difference in this football team right now is they cannot find a way to make a play on defense when it matters the most. We were talking about this yesterday on TV. I think there's 6 losses. You go outside of the first 2 weeks, you go to the Jacksonville game. Jacksonville gets the ball down four, goes right down the field, scores. They give the ball back to KC with 15 seconds left. The other day in Thanksgiving, Dallas gets the ball 4 minutes. Kansas City don't get it back to like 16 seconds on the clock. So they're a bottom 5 defense in the second half in the NFL. They're in categories that would be the New York Giants and the Tennessee Titans and the Miami Dolphins. So I think they're out just because their defense doesn't know a person or a way to get off the field.
We have this Is It Just Me going on today on our Denver Sports YouTube channel. We got one that says, is it just me, or I hope the Chiefs lose on Sunday so I can understand what 6-7 means. It's good. It's good.
That is good.
That's good.
That is good.
Boy, just let's go. Let's go. Let's go, Houston. Put them away.
Yeah.
Put them away.
Yeah, I let's hope. Let's hope. Houston's defense is legit. They're big time. I hope they put them out of there. We don't have to talk about them anymore.
Well, and it would make Christmas night, in theory, maybe not matter, And I know the execs at Amazon don't want to hear that, but can you imagine if the Chiefs are out of it, fellas? If they are done,
right? Does
Mahomes play Christmas night? Does Kelsey play, or does that ankle start to hurt just a little bit? You never know. The quicker the Chiefs are dead, the better.
Oh, can you just imagine tuning in Christmas night and Al Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit are forced to talk about, well, the Chiefs are really embracing the role of trying to play spoilers this week with the Broncos. That'd be great. Oh, that'd be awesome.
Real quick, does Tay show up if they're out of it?
I wouldn't think so.
Nope. No. She's a front runner, just like every other Chief fan is. All right. So finally, it's been a good week along the Front Range with Colorado college football. Jim Mora getting hired by CSU, home run hire, and it would appear that the Buffs made what is being regarded as a home run hire, as they have signed or are prepared to hire Brennan Marion, who was a offensive coordinator with UNLV a couple years ago, highly ranked offense, and then he was at Sacramento State, one of the top teams in FCS this past year, and now it looks like he's coming aboard Deion's staff as a new offensive coordinator. So goodbye to Pat Shurmur and practicing incompletions. Goodbye to a NFL-style offensive coordinator. Hello to a young, creative, innovative college football mind. Will, is this the move that changes Deion Sanders' future and trajectory at CU?
Yeah, like you hit on it. It's not Pat Shurmur anymore. I think that's the biggest relief for Buffs fans. And heck, even if you're a casual Buffs fan, you were never impressed with Pat Shurmur as the Broncos OC either. I don't know Pat Shurmur. Might be the nicest guy on earth, but it has just run its course in this state. Ran its course with the Broncos, and it ran its course with the Buffs. So I don't know.
We were actually trying to throw incompletions.
Perfect. I don't know anything about this new OC. I know Buffs fans are excited. I know Sacramento State fans are bummed. But my biggest takeaway isn't the go-go offense. Can't wait to see it next late August, early September in Boulder. My biggest takeaway is that they're moving on from Pat Shurmur, and frankly, that's a good thing, regardless of whether or not he's the nicest guy, because you don't like people to lose their jobs. They absolutely had to make a change. I know his play calling duties were stink, but it was beyond time to go in a new direction in the offensive room up in Boulder.
I agree. Just like I always say that, you look at Chip Kelly getting fired. Offensive coordinators that come from the college game don't translate well to the NFL field. And I think the same can probably be said for, the opposite of that. Professional coordinators going down to the college range. It's just a different game. And I don't know that Pat had a ton of success in the NFL. So I'm glad for it's something that we've talked a lot about. It's something that the Buffs needed to do, and I'm glad they did it.
Let's see. We isolated the different Dukes of Denver that was that's appearing in the John Elway documentary trailer. Is this Mark Schlereth?
The Duke of Denver.
That is you.
That is me.
Let's play that again.
I heard my voice.
The Duke of Denver.
All right. You are in it.
You made it.
You made it.
Well, I wasn't quite sure if I was in the documentary anyhow, but it turns out I am. So right there.
Maybe that's it. That might be
the only thing I did.
That might be it. I don't know.
That's all they got.
I don't know. That's all
kind of a big deal.
The rest of the 2-hour interview ended up on the cutting room floor. Before we let you go, give us a prediction for Broncos on Sunday in Vegas.
I'm going to take the Broncos. Let's call it 30 to. I'm going to call it 30-10. Broncos.
I like it. Mark, have a safe weekend, fun weekend in Cleveland. Have a great call on Sunday, and we'll welcome you back here on Monday to break it all down.
Sounds good. I think I'm going to go dip my toes in the ocean.
There you go. There he goes, everybody. Mark Schlereth on his way out of here. And coming to Denver, well, there's something in the orange and blue coming to Empower Field in August. Zach Bryan bringing his With Heaven on tour to the Mile High City. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is your chance to win a pair of tickets to the show on August 13th. All you have to do is download the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app and click on the banner to enter. If you'd like to purchase tickets, head to denversports.com/orange for more information. Coming up next, Will and I will try to persevere and move on without stink. Next.
Denver is back in action this weekend with a rematch against Las Vegas. Kick your football Sunday off in style with Denver Game Day, powered by Common Spirit Health, official healthcare partner of the Denver Broncos. Live on Game Day starting at 10 a.m. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Well, in this season of giving, how about you give yourself the gift of hair, more hair, where you want it, and with the guarantee it'll grow. Talk about the gift that keeps on giving. That's advanced hair restoration. If you've had it with that expanding bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, please try advanced hair. I did over 20 years ago. It works. Stopped my rapidly receding hairline, got my hair back along with a renewed sense of confidence to branch out from radio, do TV, play-by-play, studio work, and now all the stuff I get to do at DenverSports.com. Be doing the hockey podcast with Will coming up later today. Check that out. At Advanced Hair, you'll work with Dr. Tanya Pauls and her all-star team. The same Dr. Pauls that did my hair 20 years ago. She's a true legend in the field. You could not be in better hands. Can't stress enough how easy this is. One day, that's it. And your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day. No tricks, no magic, just great science and the latest technology. Get started with a free consultation, 250 free hair grafts, and $250 off. Call 720-459-HAIR and at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Samantha Flanagan here for Flanagan Law. If you find yourself in a car accident, do not tell the insurance company you are fine. They will hold that against you even if you end up with medical bills 3 months later. Protect your rights. Look for the Shamrock. Go with Flanagan Law.
Hey, get in. What? Who are you? I'm future you. Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Yeah. Mia, our doctor figured it out. She said it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Licensed in Colorado by the Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply. What if you could use the equity in your home to get cash fast? With no appraisal, zero hassle, and less waiting with Cake? You can. The Cake Fast Cash program is like turning your home into your ATM. People are using it to pay off high-interest debt, do renovations, tackle student loans, or cut monthly bills by hundreds, even thousands of dollars. The best part? Your current mortgage rate won't change. With Cake, you also get peace of mind. We're AAA rated by the Better Business Bureau and backed by thousands of 5-star reviews. Cake Mortgage. Your fresh-baked Cake Fast Cash loan is ready to enjoy. So don't wait. Call 720-850-0012. That's 720-850-0012. Or visit cakehome.com for thousands of 5-star reviews.
Hey, bro, weirdest thing is happening at the game. Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. I think I'm some kind of football prophet.
Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Heads up, pros. Now's your chance to unlock deeper savings. The Home Depot's new Pro Extra Preferred pricing can help you save thousands on the products your business uses the most. But the current benefit ends November 15th. Don't miss out. Registration for the new program is free and easy. Just bring your tax ID or business or contractor's license to the Pro Desk. Register now to lock in the best wholesale prices before it's too late.
For the fitness fanatic on your Christmas list, save big this holiday season. At Fitness Gallery, we have deals everywhere, up to 50% off. We have the nation's lowest prices on the best equipment money can buy. We carry true treadmills. They are the smoothest, quietest, and best warranty treadmills ever built for the home. Work out on your schedule on the equipment you choose, from the safety and comfort of your own home. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins. We have you covered.
Get ready for every Broncos game with Super Bowl 50 champion Brandon Marshall as he joins the drive every Friday afternoon at 4:45 exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Thanks to Corwin Toyota Boulder. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. DenverSports.com and the Denver Sports app. KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Smear campaigning.
And the Zach Buy Sensitivity Smear Campaign rolls on.
Bonding moments.
Man, today was a great day for the Wolfpack.
And just a hint of bodily functions.
Deviled eggs. Not only do I love the taste, but I know I'm going to hotbox the missus.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, here we go. Rolling into our 8 o'clock hour here on this Football Friday. And Is It Just Me Friday, giving you a chance to get those hot sports opinions off your chest heading off into the weekend. This is just stuff that you picked up on during the course of the week that you just want to get it out there for all of us to react to. RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. Denver Sports YouTube channel. Subscribe, get involved there. Give it to us in the form of, is it just me? We want plenty of opinion, humor, a little bit of snark mixed in. Always a good thing. Mark is off and gone. He was with us for the first 2 hours of the show. He is in Cleveland on the shores of Lake Erie. He's going to be calling the Browns and Titans coming up on Sunday for Fox, so he's getting ready to head on over to the Browns facility. He'll visit with Shedeur Sanders, and that'll be interesting to get his observations of that coming up on Monday. Brandon Stokley clearly just, feeling full of himself after his accomplishment, finally staring down his fears and getting down Mount Crumpet and driving around in the snow, decided to just celebrate and make it a 3-day weekend. So he's off today. Will Peterson, Scrappy Will, is sitting in. Good to have you here. You've been having fun so far?
Yeah, it's been a great 2 hours, Mike, and can't wait for the next 2 as well.
All right, we got a lot to get to, and we'll get to a bunch of the Is It Just Me? He's got some good topics that people want to weigh in on, and it could be about anything, by the way. It could be about the Broncos, Nuggets, Avs. Avs finally lost a regulation game. What's the matter with him? Concern. We got goings on at CSU, CU with football. We've got the Rockies making a move that actually is being very well received. So we'll get to all of that
Inconceivable.
As we move along throughout the course of the next 2 hours. James Palmer will be joining us coming up at 8:30. But let's kick it off. Broncos, Raiders coming up on Sunday. Is this a game that you're worried about in any way, looking at as a potential trap game or anything like that?
Yeah, to me, Mike, the Raiders have 2.5 scary players. I think Brock Bowers is scary. I think Max Crosby is scary. And I think Ashton Genty can be scary, even though he hasn't shown that in the NFL quite yet outside of a very good game against the Bears. Couple things here. One, Crosby at DNP yesterday did not practice for the Raiders. He goes backwards. He goes from limited to DNP. If Max Crosby doesn't play, the Broncos, the number should start with a 3. If he doesn't play, the number needs to start with a 3. They need to score in the 30s in Vegas. But on the other side of the coin, the reason I bring up Genty, something happened yesterday down at team headquarters. Andrew Mason goes out there for stretch. He takes attendance. Zach Allen, here, in attendance. You don't think twice about it. Broncos come out with an injury report yesterday afternoon about 4:30. Zach Allen did not practice with a calf. Combine him with DJ Jones not practicing as well. Of course, we'll get the update here this afternoon on their game statuses, but that Allen thing came out of left field, and that makes me a little nervous when the run defense wasn't so hot in Washington. You don't want to be the defense that sparks Ashton Genty, and if you're missing 2 big bodies up front, that is my sort of one concern I can identify.
I'll tell you what, though, if that's the case, do not – I know the mentality of the NFL player is if you're able to go, if there's any bit of doubt with a Zach Allen or a DJ Jones, hold them out. I think you do have to take the long view into account here and not look at it as, well, we're overlooking the Raiders. I mean, yeah, in some ways you are, but what you're acknowledging is you got a lot of depth along that defensive line. There was a lot of depth along that defensive line, so maybe tap into that depth and just say, hey, Zach, DJ, if this was a playoff game, yeah, you're playing. Maybe this Sunday, maybe not. I'm not worried about this as a trap game, and I'll tell you why. First of all, the stench of that 10-7 game is still very much in their memories, in their nostrils over what transpired. You want to bring them down from whatever high horse they're riding, just start rolling the film from that 10-7 game, and that team room will get pretty quiet and sober very, very quick. You also have the fact that if this was a game that was in the midst of a 6 or 7 straight games that you were playing, it could easily be looked upon as a trap game. I believe coming off a bye week just a couple weeks ago, it's after Thanksgiving. You got that rest. I think you're rejuvenated. You want to continue to get out there and play, and get back into the flow of the season. So I don't think they'll overlook the Raiders for that reason. And then I do believe, and I think we're all in agreement, that Sean Payton is so transparent with his team that he will get up in front of them this week and say, look, guys, let me tell you the importance of this game. We have designs on being the number 1 seed in the AFC. In order to ensure that, we have to beat the Raiders, because if for some reason we end up in a tie with New England, we hold the tiebreaker if we beat the Raiders because of common opponents. So for all those reasons, I'm not looking at this as a trap game at all.
Yeah, and I think the Raiders are looking forward to a month from now when their offseason gets here. You can say all you want about Pete Carroll, and he has a great resume, but it hasn't worked thus far in Vegas, and it probably hasn't worked because he doesn't have the talent. But when you don't have the talent and you're 2-10, can you really give so many rah-rah speeches to rile your team up? I don't think so. Carroll may try, but the reality is the Broncos are a hell of a lot more talented than Vegas, and they should just be able to go roll out there and beat them by 10, 12, 14 points. That is a big margin in the NFL. Last I checked, the spread was about 7.5. And also, Mike, we talk about it every year, but it's the other advantage for the Broncos. That stadium's going to be half orange.
Yep.
At least
That's
half
a good point.
orange on Sunday, if not more. Broncos fans are getting on planes right now, making the trek, going to have a fun couple days in Vegas, and then go to that football game on Sunday afternoon.
I agree. So we'll get your thoughts on this game. How you feeling about it? RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. Other things going on. The Avalanche, again, losing last night to the New York Islanders, Patrick Waugh's team. Good team. Good, solid Islanders team that Patrick Waugh's got, and they got revenge on the Avs for a game that the Avs won out here couple weeks ago. 6-3 was the final last night. It started inauspiciously when the Islanders got a goal that Jared Bednar and the Avs were convinced was goaltender interference.
Hey, listen, I think goal interference is a joke. If it's not goal interference, I don't know what is. You can't just shove the goalie's pads out of the way and then, create a loose puck. I mean, I'm getting them all wrong when I'm looking at the challenges around the league, so I'm kind of having my mind, I'm not going to challenge unless it's obvious, but to me it was obvious.
You saw the goal. Did you think it was goaltender interference? I mean,
absolutely.
There was a stick that was wedged into Mackenzie Blackwood, looked like it was impaling him. And meanwhile, the Islanders the puck was loose, but, the idea is that at some point, you want to protect the goaltender. You blow the whistle. Most times, 9 out of 10 times, that whistle's blown. But it didn't get blown, and the Islanders scored a goal. I want to stress, they did not lose that game last night because of that one play. They were down 4-0. They were playing disinterested, sloppy hockey. But it is something that clearly you just heard right there. Miss Jared Bednar.
Well, and I got to ask you, is he getting a call from the NHL about that? He called it a joke, said it was obvious, and apparently to the league it wasn't obvious. Mm-hmm. Is Jared Bednar going to get fined for those comments?
He might, but I don't think that's necessarily the worst thing. I think some of the best coaches we've ever seen in particular sports, they always use the media to get their messages out. And if it meant a fine here or there, so be it. That's a tough one. The goaltender interference one it's like the pass interference call in the NFL. It's like the blocker charge in the NBA. There's just some calls that it's who knows what you're going to get.
Heck, what a catch is in the NFL.
What a catch is, yeah. I mean, what a referee, a linesman, or an umpire, or whatever, they see one game might be totally different with a different crew the next game. So, but I understand his frustration because there is not a uniformity to the way that is called.
And if it happens in December against the Islanders, whatever. But to your point, he's trying to get a message out there, because imagine if that happened in a playoff game, right? Imagine you lose a playoff game because no one knows what goalie interference is. The NHL's going to have to buckle down on this and figure it out, especially if a star goaltender gets hurt.
Right.
That's when it's really going to have to change, because right now, remember when we were growing up watching hockey? The blue crease was like, ooh, you go in the blue crease, no goal. I mean, didn't Brett Hull score a goal to win a cup while his foot was in the crease?
Right.
Guys are in the crease now all the time. I don't even know why the ice is painted blue, because it's like they don't even pay attention to it.
Well, I am glad that they did ease the blue paint rule. It was too
strict.
Too strict. So I'm glad that they've allowed some jostling, some poking and prodding at the goaltender. But yeah, they're goaltenders. They, at the end of the day, they're the most important guy out there, really. And you think you might want to protect them, maybe take a page from the NFL and how they view protecting their quarterbacks. Avs, you and I will be doing the hockey podcast, Mile High Hockey Podcast, later. I'll be honored to be on your podcast.
Mike, you got that thing off the ground. Come on now.
You've done a great job continuing the legacy.
Award-winning.
Award-winning. But your overall view of the Avs right now?
Yeah, I mean, they're 19-2-6, right? They're an absolute wagon. They are on pace to break the Bruins record for most points ever in an NHL regular season. They're steamrolling toward a President's Trophy. I don't believe in the curse for the record. And also, people say it's cup or bust. Mike, it's cup or bust. We get it. But can we live in the moment a little bit? Can we appreciate a historically great regular season? I don't have a time machine to April, May, June. You don't have a time machine to April, May, June. I'm sick of, and it's not all Avs fans, but there's a slice. I don't care. I care about April, May, and June. Guys, they're going to win the Hart Trophy, the Norris Trophy, and oh, by the way, yesterday Scott Wedgwood was the favorite in an ESPN poll for the Vezina. The franchise doesn't have a Vezina in its existence as the Avalanche. That's given to the best goalie in the league. Let's appreciate a great, great team with two elite players, a goalie that's come out of nowhere, and perhaps setting the record for most points in a regular season. And then we'll focus on the cup once the playoffs.
The last couple of years coming off their cup, it was kind of like hurry up and get to the playoffs, that type of thing. But with what's happened the last couple of years, I think there is more importance to this regular season. And then you take that importance and you take this potentially record-setting start and what this season could be. Yeah, enjoy the ride. There'll be time to wipe the slate clean and turn the pivot to the playoffs. But for now, enjoy it because they're doing some pretty remarkable things. We thought the Nuggets were going to be doing some pretty remarkable things, but now they've been waylaid by the injuries. Where is your level of concern with them?
Very low. You know, it's really trendy to panic about that loss to the Mavericks the other night. And I'm sitting there going, they're closing with Peyton Watson and Cam Johnson and Spencer Jones and Nikola Jokic. Okay, this brought me back to when it was Nikola and Will Barton and Facu Campazzo and Monte Morris. It was Nikola and a bunch of guys. And everyone on Twitter, what's wrong with the Nuggets? 60% of their starting lineup wasn't on the floor. Jamal had rolled his ankle, CB's out, AG's out, and people are panicking. What do the very next night or 2 nights later in Indy? Jamal drops a 50-burger, and they beat the Pacers to win their 8th or 9th in a row on the road. My concern is so low with the Nuggets because the 6 losses they have, 4 of the 6 you can chalk up to injuries. I'm curious where you are, but I was a little annoyed by Nugget fan getting so mad about an early December loss.
You can't lose, guy. I love the idea of next man up, and it sounds great. Hey, next man up. But here's the problem, is that usually next man up will work for a short time. And then guess what? Those players go back to the mean, revert back to the mean, and become the kind of players that made them the players that you had a specific role for when it all started. And if you are playing extended games without Aaron Gordon and Christian Brown, that's going to start to show up. But with the assumption that these two come back to good health, as far as I'm concerned now, this season is only about one thing only. Stay out of the Oklahoma City bracket.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Avoid it as long as possible.
Avoid it as long as possible. I do not want to see Oklahoma City in the second round. Put it off as long as possible because they are formidable. They're 21-1. They are a wagon. As much of a wagon as the Avalanche are, that's what the Thunder are. So whatever you can do to get into that second or third seed, that to me is the goal of the season.
And so many people said, well, I want the Nuggets to get the 1 seed. It's out of your control. You only play them 4 times.
Yeah, that's done.
Even if you beat them all 4 times, they're still going to be the 1 seed.
Yeah.
So let's not sit here and fret over their record. Let's acknowledge they're going to win 65 to 70 games, and they're going to be the 1 seed, and I'm with you. Get to the 2 or the 3. Remember, the NFL reseeds. The NBA does not. The NBA is just a bracket straight through.
Yep.
So if you're the 2 or the 3, like you said, you don't have to play them until the Western Conference Finals. And let's call it what it is. That WCF, that would be the NBA Finals, Mike, because whoever comes out of that is going to beat anyone from the East.
Oh, I've been watching, just kind of keeping a casual eye on the East. East stinks.
It's terrible.
Stinks.
So if you win that series, you will be NBA champions for the second time in 4 years.
Exactly. Hey, as we're bouncing around, I got to say, this was a very optimistic week for me as somebody who desperately wants to see good baseball here. I do not hesitate to say, and I know that there's always eye rolling whenever I say this, like, come on, man, you can't be serious. I am serious. This has the potential to be a great baseball town. Just give the baseball fans of this city, and I think there are a lot of them, just give them a product, and I think you'll see them be embraced. And all I've ever asked of the Rockies for the last several years, please just be willing to accept and admit that the model that you've had in place for basically 30 years is a failed, stale model. And just please be open to outside change, outside voices. And so first with the hiring of Paul DePodesta, and then what really got my attention was the general manager hiring of Josh Burns this week. Will, for the first time, and I know it's not going to switch overnight, but for the first time in a long time, I'm actually kind of optimistic and curious about the Rockies.
Yeah.
I said it.
I think they're both good words. I optimistic, curious, and I'll throw one more for you. I'm intrigued.
Yeah.
I'm intrigued by this. And you know what my biggest takeaway was, Mike? And this is going to be music to Rockies fans' ears. Dick Monfort's no longer running the show.
Mm-hmm.
W.
Walker. Well played, Ty. Well played.
Every once in a while, Ty. It's just so AI time, man.
Walker Monfort's running the show. And I don't know Walker Monfort from Adam, and I know people hold his last name against him, but he's taken over. And his first 2 moves, president of baseball ops outside the organization, GM, fistful of World Series rings outside of the organization. That, to me, is huge. And I know Dick sort of joked about it at the press conference when they introduced DePodesta. Oh, they're pushing me out the door. Oh, they're pushing you out the door, Dick. And Denver ain't real sad about it.
Right.
I am so thankful that Walker Monfort's in charge, and he's hiring real baseball people that didn't work for the Rockies. I know Burns worked here in like 2002.
Right.
Didn't work for the Rockies recently.
Right.
Fresh voice, fresh perspective.
Yep. Nope. I like it, and we'll see what happens, but it is going to be a long haul to gain this thing back. Even if these two working together just start, every move is the right move. It's still gonna take a while because such a deep hole was dug. But hey, for the first time in a while, there is some enthusiasm, some hope, and some intrigue, as you said. Intrigue, as we finish off going around the whole docket here, what we saw this week in local college football really has me encouraged, starting with the hire of Jim Mora Jr. up there at CSU. I had never really paid close attention to CSU. My kid's going there now, so I've had a chance to be up there for a few weekends. Let me tell you something. That is a football community, a fan base, an alumni base, a student base that really wants to get behind this program. It's not the greatest accomplishment, but it's an accomplishment nonetheless. In the Mountain West this year, they had the second best attendance at about 31,000 per. I mean, not an amazing, huge number, but considering how bad the team has been and how bad it turned out to be, that's still pretty good support that shows that there's a lot of people there who really want to get behind that product if you give them a good product. I thought the Mora hire was tremendous, to the point where, I mean, here's how great it was, Will. You had Nick Saban coming out and laughing, saying, I can't believe he took the job. Oh, okay. I mean, that's not necessarily what I want to hear, but in some respects it is, because here's a guy you didn't think you were going to get, and here he is.
Yeah, NFL head coaching experience, a lot of success when he was at UCLA. And then, Mike, we think of UConn. What do you think of? You think of hoops. They win national titles in hoops all the time. He made their football program very respectable as well. I thought it was a coup by CSU. When they hired the coach, with all due respect, I thought it was going to be a guy I was going to have to Google. Right? I've never heard of him. You know, he's a coach at North Dakota, and he's coming to Fort Collins. Oh, I've heard of Jim Mora Jr.
Yeah.
Right? You're a football fan. You know the Mora family. You, of course, know his dad had a ton of famous sound bites. I think it was a home run for CSU. And frankly, man, I think the pressure's now on Deion, because the whole big brother, little brother thing, well, CSU could become the big brother. They're going to the Pac-12, and it's going to be a totally reimagined Pac-12. I get it. But what did Mora talk about at his press conference? I want to win the Pac-12, and I want to compete for the college football playoff and national championships. This playoff's at 12 now. It's going to go to 16 before we know it. Maybe at 24 when Jim Mora is still coaching the Rams. CSU, if they win the Pac-12, they could get an auto bid with this playoff format. There is a real shot. I'm not saying it's a guarantee, but there's a real shot. The Colorado State Rams are in the college football playoff at some point in the next 5 years.
I was looking forward to doing this show with you because you've been very vocal that the Buffs need to move on from Deion Sanders.
Mm-hmm. I wrote that a month ago. He didn't win a game since.
You don't believe? Now that I have you here, how do you do that? How do you move on from Deion Sanders, especially with the news this week that they're facing a $27 million athletic department shortfall that needs to be made up by the end of June, just to get even again? And then you're going to have to go out and do it all again for fiscal year 2026, 2027. So what do you still feel that you have to get rid of Deion Sanders?
Yeah, because I'm concerned about the football, not the budget. I'm a fan of the Buffs. I'm not balancing the books, right? So is my idea unrealistic from a financial standpoint? Perhaps. But I wrote that after the Utah game, and people got real mad at me. They were not competitive the last month of the season. He had 3 wins this year. 2 of them were over Delaware and Wyoming. They stunk. Deion stunk. His staff stunk. He hired his friends. Warren Sapp, big-time name. They couldn't stop the run to save their lives. This Deion thing has run its course, okay? And now they're going to bring him back for year 4. They're going to win 3 or 4 games again next year. Mike, I don't even know if Juju's going to be the starting quarterback. Jordan Seaton, one of the only household names on that roster, is getting recruited by Texas openly to come be left tackle for the Longhorns. Transfer portal is going to be fascinating. Their recruiting class is terrible. He doesn't recruit high school kids. The shine has totally and completely worn off. Folsom Field was half empty of their last game against the Sun Devils of Arizona State. I would pull the plug now because it's not going to get better next year. And I wish Prime the best with his health and all that, and we know he's a warrior and a battler. But outside of the miracle of Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders, 2 of his 3 years have been horrendous. People act like he's still new. This was year 3, and year 3 was a disaster. I understand the financials. Football fan in me, I think the Buffs should go a different direction.
But his acknowledgement right away that he did have to change the coaching staff, did have to get a different coordinator, and has gone out and done that, replacing Pat Shurmur, who nobody was ever excited about, and couldn't wait to move on from him. And now they're bringing in a guy that is, it's a hire that is being universally regarded as, hey, this is the kind of coaches that Deion needs on his staff. The fact that he's acknowledging that, does that not give you some reason to be optimistic that moving forward, this can't change?
But isn't that kind of the definition of a Hail Mary? Because Deion knows it deep down. And for Deion, this is now a legacy thing, if you will. He's always going to be prime and a Hall of Famer, but a lot of what have you done for me lately is sports. Look at Russell Wilson. He may have played himself out of the Hall of Fame with his stints in Denver and Pittsburgh and New York. Heck, even John Elway. I love John. I'm never going to criticize John, but there is a slice of Broncos country that still holds the last 5 years of him being the GM against him. How does Coach Prime want to be remembered? He better turn it around in Boulder, or people are going to, especially younger generations, are going to say, oh, that was the guy with all the hype and no substance and no winning. And his record in Boulder right now is 16-21.
James Palmer, our NFL insider, he will join us coming up next.
Are Bo Nix and Evan Ingram finally on the same page? Will Vance Joseph find a way to shut down Brock Bowers and Ashton Genty? We'll break it all down in the Fan Football pregame show, live on game day starting at noon. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here. I was talking to my buddy Troy Hansford about the housing market. Told me, hey, over this last year, the market's gone from one of the hottest it's ever been to prices declining, something people haven't seen in a long time here in Denver, Colorado. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now's the time to sell it, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my buddy Troy's still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if he can't sell your house at your price on your timeline, he's going to scratch you a check for $5,000. Come on, who else makes that offer? The answer is nobody I know makes that offer. Troy can make that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families right now that are approved and ready to buy. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash and he can close in as little as 7 days. If you've got a house to sell, give him a call. 720-900-4433. That's 720-900-4433. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. Hey, Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy. 720-900-4433.
More than a few of our patients have talked to me about their first time, but it's not the first time you're probably thinking about. It's the first time that erectile dysfunction ruined the moment. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're over 50, it's likely you've had that first time yourself. But the good news is that if you're like most men, that first time can be the last time that ED impacts your sex life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're experts in treating ED. We've treated tens of thousands of men using protocols with success rates well over 90%. And those treatments have, in most cases, made sex great again for both them and their partners. You could even find that you're performing like you haven't in years. So if ED has been affecting your intimacy, it's time to make the last time that happens, the last time that happens. For just $99, you'll receive blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
For many of us, it's happened before. Your hair is thinning, crown's disappearing. Maybe the hair loss has you feeling your identity is lost altogether. The solution that worked for me, it's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts growing your own natural hair the very next day. And it's guaranteed to grow for life. It's the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have, but what if you want your own natural hair permanently in specific areas? From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to world-class Dr. Tanya Paul's, it's not maybe your hair will regrow, it's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. It's why Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Hellsberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop in store at Hellsberg.com for up to 50% off.
You've got your whole life ahead of you, so choose a Medicare plan you can count on. And that's what you get with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. With more than 45 years' experience serving its members, United Healthcare has plans with low monthly premiums that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today. United Healthcare Medicare plans. It's Medicare coverage Colorado can count on.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Jacob's Law, 303 Law 4040.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
On 104.3 HD3, DU hockey skates with Miami, pregame starting at 6:30. Saturday morning on 104.3 HD3, DU women's basketball faces Idaho with pregame starting at 11:30 on The Fan, home of the Colorado State Rams. CSU basketball faces CU with pregame starting at 2:30.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at wistaracu.com.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Bold takes.
I would put my fajitas up against any Mexican restaurant.
Active listening.
You weren't listening to a word I just said.
Plus, a little number crunching.
What's 12 minus 1? 12 minus 11. 1. This is why math confuses me.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Mark Schlereth in Cleveland. He is off meeting with the Browns, so he's done for the day. And Stokley never showed up for the day. He just decided to take a Roby day and celebrate his conquest of Mount Crumpet. And we got Will Peterson instead, and we are loving our time spent with Will. We always enjoy our time spent with James Palmer, who joins us every Friday at this time. Our NFL insider, James Palmer, joins us right now. And James, as you take a look at this Broncos team, boy, it's amazing how the season has developed when it comes to where the bar is raised, what the standard is. When you look at this team right now, what should Bronco fans be thinking about, pointing to, dreaming about? What should be the goal? What should be the standard?
Well, dreaming about is the number one seed, Mike. I mean, and it's a realistic dream. I mean, I think you have to beat the Raiders to stay right in there with New England, considering you look at who they have the rest of the way and who Denver has the rest of the way. But you should be dreaming with the way you're playing that the number one seed is what you're shooting for. And that's everything. I think if the AFC has to go through Foxborough, it's a difficult road for some teams just because of where it's at. I think the same thing about Denver. I don't think people want to play in Denver in January. And so I think that's the part you want to dream about. If you're looking at it from a Denver Broncos fan perspective, you're going to look at it and go, I hope we can keep playing this way. Like that's really, really what you should be looking at. Because when I look at the numbers and I look at the way Bo Nix is playing and the way that this team is winning these games, you do question whether it's sustainable. I don't want to be the wet blanket here, but like they're 4-0 in games where they've rushed for less than 90 yards. Like we haven't seen that in 15 years. Like that just hasn't happened. Like Bo Nix's passer rating is the worst for any quarterback that has won this much since Vince Young in 2009. It's the late game heroics. It's the defense. It's the ability to pull things out in the fourth quarter. What I'm still trying to figure out, and I think everybody around the NFL is have the Broncos learned how to win, or is this something that is not going to be sustainable? I think it's a little bit more of the Broncos have learned how to win. Honestly, I do think there's that part of it because I think special teams are outstanding. I think the defense has big-time players that make big-time plays in big moments, and I think Bo rises to the occasion and finds ways to make plays and doesn't panic in pressure situations. I do think there's a little more of that. But when I mention those numbers to you, there is a talk of, is this sustainable for Denver? But guess what? The same question mark is for the Patriots and the same question marks for a lot of teams in the AFC. And they've been doing it most of the year. So I'm going to say that they can possibly continue to do it. It's just out of the norm that they're having this much success with the way they're playing.
That was going to be my follow-up question. You've covered a lot of big football. You've covered all the big football games over the last several years. You've seen championship teams. Does your gut tell you when you look at the Broncos, do you see an AFC championship Super Bowl team?
I think there's parts of this team for sure you do see. I think you do have the coach, right? I think you have the offensive minds in that room that go along with Sean Payton. You should hear the buzz about Davis Webb around the NFL right now. And so you have that. You have a quarterback that we've already seen. There are no questions about Bo Nix in the big moments. Have you noticed that? Like there's experienced guys that are high draft picks that we're still questioning, right? Whether it's Daniel Jones in Indianapolis, whether it's Sam Darnold in Seattle, and guys that have had really, really good seasons this year, and we're still kind of questioning them in high-pressure moments and in big games against big opponents. That's really something that Bo Nix is not a part of the conversation with. It's the rest of the stuff with, the guy hasn't scored a touchdown in the third quarter this year. Like, that blew my mind. I didn't know that. And so I do think you have that from your quarterback, you have that from your head coach, and you have enough talent on defense to slow down any quarterback. And I think that part of it, honestly, stands out to me because of the big-time quarterbacks in the AFC. There's a chance only one of them, maybe two of them, are in the postseason, which is wild. And I think that changes the landscape because then your defense has a major advantage throughout the AFC.
All right, James, so a lot of people want to call this a trap game. I sort of look at it the other way. The Raiders are 2-10 and maybe counting down to the offseason. Do you see any elements of a trap game? And also, in my eyes, the Raiders have 2.5 scary players, Max Crosby, Brock Bowers, and I'll give a 0.5 point to Ashton Ginty. Crosby gets a DNP yesterday, going backwards on the injury report. Any elements of a trap game, and do you have any intel on Crosby, maybe more so than what we know right now?
Yeah, with Max, he's pushing to play, and is anybody surprised with that about Max Crosby? But I think the Raiders do understand where he's at, understand where the season's at, and understand where things stand. I know Max is always going to push to play. I know him a little bit like that. And so I think you'd keep an eye on the way he goes the rest of this week. I don't think they've determined anything to my understanding, but I do think there's definitely some conversations there. With Bowers, it's like that's the other player that you are concerned about, and you went and you have the defensive player of the year who was a Bowers eraser. Like, I do think people should understand, like, in a lot of people's minds, this is the best tight end in football. And what he can do at the top of the route to create that extra step, to create that extra little separation with the way that he can so fluidly move. It's like a younger version of Kelsey. Well, Pat has the length, and he has the ability to, even if he loses a step at the top of a route, he can get that step back so much quicker than anybody else in football. That he can make up for when guys are as talented as Bowers. That's the matchup I'm excited to see because they really, really want to feed him the football, to my understanding, like a lot. And it's been a big emphasis from Pete to Ollie this entire week. That may not be the case, and they may not be able to give him the football just because of the way that this defensive front can get after it. You know, and so I think we're going to see Geno Smith under duress. I think he's going to have a hard time getting the football to Brock Bowers. I don't think this is a trap game at all. I think Sean's very good in these situations, to be honest. Even if they start slow, I still think they find a way to make sure that they put this one away. And it's big. It really is big in terms of the common opponents that they have with New England in trying to get to that number one seed for sure.
Busy with our NFL insider, James Palmer. First things first, got to wrap up the division, take care of that business. Mm-hmm. And with the Chargers and Justin Herbert, what are you hearing about that left hand, the surgery, not only his availability for that big Monday nighter against Philly, but just moving forward?
Yeah, I've been hearing, Mike, honestly, that he's been trending to play all week. He's never really thought he wasn't going to play. Like, I had a conversation with Ladd McConkey a few weeks ago where he was just like, the guy's Hercules, man. Like, I've never seen anything like it. And I think everybody knows how tough he is. He had broken fingers on both hands last year. It was the right hand that obviously ended his season, but he played through a torn labrum. He's played an entire season with broken ribs. What they did with the surgery is it's actually going to be more stable, to my understanding, than it was when he came back and finished that game. So it's a type of break that, like, if you were a middle linebacker, you'd be wearing a club and you'd be playing. But since he's a skill position player, obviously it'll be a little bit different of a cast on the hand or how they do it and how they make sure he can still move his fingers to some extent. But I do think he's going to go out there and play against Philly. I think that's really been trending that way the entire week, and he's going to go out there and do it. And it's going to be something that won't be fully healed in probably 6 weeks. So this is something that the Chargers, I'm told, are going to continue to go, hey, man, protect it the best you can. We can't go backwards with this thing. And so it will be something that, like Broncos fans and others that play them later in the season, will be looking at as the rest of this way goes out, because they just can't go backwards with it. That's the big part.
All right, James, Chiefs-Texans, Sunday Night Football. I think Broncos country is obviously pulling for the Texans because we all want the Chiefs buried. But that said, maybe Christmas night matters. Maybe it doesn't matter. I don't think the good folks at Prime would love if the Chiefs are out of it by then. Tell me your read on this. Are the Chiefs dead, or are they never dead until they got that big old X eliminated next to their name?
Yeah, first off, let's just say this. I think the people at Prime are doing just fine. I think everything's okay over there at Amazon.
Touche.
But, yeah, I agree with you. I think all of us, and I've covered the Chiefs in every big game that they've had over the last, Mahomes era, essentially. And I never count them out until it's officially mathematically out. I would say also, talking to people around the league, this is the defense that nobody wants to play right now. I know Denver's got a great defense. I know there's some other really talented defenses in this league. But the way that they get after the quarterback and the way that the Chiefs are shorthanded on the offensive line with multiple guys out, and the difference that the Texans defense has compared to like some other top defenses is, yes, they get after the quarterback. Okay, then they have two dominant corners and a great safety. And so I think that makes things really, really difficult on Kansas City. I think this is just a different feel. And I think I've said this with you guys before. Like, when I talk to people there, it's like there's never any panic. We have Andy Reid. We have Patrick Mahomes. They don't panic. But there is a different feel this season in the building going, well, like we don't have the big play moments that we're used to having. Spags dials something up at the right time and a great blitz. And Denver did that to the Chiefs. Denver essentially did what the Chiefs do to people, what the Broncos did that to the Chiefs. And so I do think there's a very good chance, like the way that this Texans offense has started to get a little bit better, playing 6 offensive linemen, they're good. They need to play okay, and I think they'll be all right. I think everybody needs to remember, C.J. Stroud went into Arrowhead. I was at that game in the playoffs last year and took that game into the fourth quarter with pretty much most of his offense injured and out of the game, and they hung with the Chiefs. And I think it might be time that they win a game in Arrowhead.
On Christmas night and maybe the elimination game. That would be pretty sweet. James, have a great football weekend. Thank you for all you do for all our shows throughout the course of the week, what you do with us every Friday. We'll do it again next week. Thanks, pal.
Sounds great. Huge weekend. This is elimination weekend for a lot of people. It's big. It's going to be fun.
All right. There he goes. James Palmer, everybody. And coming up next, it's an Is It Just Me Friday. We got some good Is It Just Me's covering a variety of topics, but I'm going to start with the one that starts off, Will, you are a bleeping idiot. But the person didn't say bleeping.
That's kind.
We'll see what follows coming up next.
It'll be fine by dusk, but I'm telling you, baby.
There's something in the orange and blue coming to Empower Field next August. Zach Bryan is bringing his With Heaven On tour to the Mile High City, and we want you there.
Let me go.
Download the Denver Sports 1043 The Fan app and click on the contest banner to enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the hottest show of the summer.
We're having an all-night revival.
Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here from my friends at O'Mara GMC. Do you owe more on your vehicle than it's worth? Then you don't want to miss the payoff reduction event at O'Mara GMC. Choose from over 1,000 cars, trucks, and SUVs. Payoff's $18,000 at O'Mara GMC. It becomes $6,000. Payoff's $14,000 at O'Mara GMC. It becomes $2,000. If your payoff is $12,000 at O'Mara GMC, $0. Let O'Mara GMC reduce your payoff up to $12,000. Save thousands on just announced 0% APR. It's fast, easy, and they accept I-10s. Guys, just mention TG 100701 and tell them Stink sent you. They're going to take care of you. Need cash fast? Then O'Mara GMC will buy your vehicle even if you don't buy one from them. Don't miss the payoff reduction event right now at O'Mara GMC right there on 104th. Must qualify for all rebates. Visit OMERAGMC.com for complete details. That's OMERAGMC.com.
From holiday hosting to unforgettable gifts, Omaha Steaks delivers the world's best steak experience. And now, during the Sizzle All the Way sale, you can get 50% off site-wide at omahasteaks.com. Plus, our listeners get an extra $35 off with promo code SKY at checkout. I was lucky enough to receive Omaha Steaks as a gift, and it was everything I had hoped for. Items were individually packaged so I could cook for the entire family. Or if I was the only one home, I would treat myself with a delicious steak, sides, and even dessert. I loved those nights by myself. Right now is the perfect time to save on delicious gifts and holiday hosting favorites. Every steak is perfectly aged to maximize tenderness and hand-cut by master butchers in America's heartland. It's holiday magic made easy. Save big on gourmet gifts and more holiday favorites with Omaha Steaks. Visit omahasteaks.com for 50% off site-wide during their Sizzle All the Way sale. And for an extra $35 off, use promo code SKY at checkout. Terms apply. See site for details. That's omahasteaks.com, code SKY.
What's going on, everybody? Philip Lindsay here. And last year, I went a little rogue and dropped a discount code from our friends at Hermes Worldwide. And you guys used it so much they almost got mad at me. Well, I'm feeling a little spicy again this season, so I'm bringing it back, baby. You can get 30% off your ride to the game with Hermes Worldwide for your entire season. All you have to do is mention the code PL30. Again, mention PL30 when you book your luxury transportation to Empower Field. And contact Hermes Worldwide at 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Go Broncos!
You could save thousands of dollars on the products your business uses the most with the Home Depot's new Pro Extra Preferred Pricing. Registering is free and easy. Just have your tax ID or business or contractor's license ready. But don't wait. The current preferred pricing benefit will end on November 15th. Visit your local Pro Desk to register now and unlock the deepest savings on the products you choose.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Cudarelli Vision. I wore glasses for a long time, but when I started needing reading glasses to see menus, text, read stats, to see my computer, I decided to go to Dr. Cudarelli at Cudarelli Vision for refractive lens exchange. It was a game changer for me, and it could be for you too. Join Dr. Cudarelli for a live webinar December 10th at noon to learn about refractive lens exchange from Cudarelli Vision. This free webinar is the perfect opportunity to meet Dr. Cudarelli and have him answer all your questions about RLE, like what is refractive lens exchange? How is it different from LASIK or EVO ICL? Why can't you develop a cataract after RLE? Cudarelli Vision is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures. He can tell you when it's your right time for RLE, like he did me. So register for the webinar at coloradorle.com. It's December 10th at noon. coloradorle.com.
On the job, every minute counts. That's why Lowe's now has ProBlock Quick Dry Primer, expertly manufactured by Sherwin-Williams. Engineered for pros to dry fast and go on smooth for virtually flawless results that keep your job moving. It's available in oil and water-based, and getting it is easy. Order online by 2 p.m. and get free same-day delivery right to your job site. Lowe's, we help, you save. Orders placed after 2 p.m. will be delivered next day. Valid in select zip codes. Subject to driver availability. More terms apply.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's powered by Red Rock Roofing.
Standing for greatness. Stay up to date on the Broncos with our 9 News Broncos insider Mike Kliss. Presented by Fitness Gallery. Hear the latest from every practice and every game every single week during football season. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Job shaming.
You played in the NFL, but you were a wide receiver.
Embellishments.
I mean, sometimes I swear you're just making things up.
And amateur zoology.
I think polar bears are bigger than grizzlies.
Of course
so make them a polar bear.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Stinking Cleveland, he is calling the Browns and Titans this weekend for Fox. But remember, before you say, ugh, what a dog of a game, he does get the Shador factor, the Shador show, and he'll be visiting with Shador, well, probably very close as we speak right now. They'll be getting together, so we'll find out what that conversation went like on Monday when he's back. Stoke is off today. Will Peterson sitting in, and with this being an Is It Just Me Friday, where we give you a chance to get those hot sports opinions off your chest about anything you want to, on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043, on our Denver Sports YouTube channel. Subscribe and get involved there. It's only fitting that, Will, you get involved as well. Here you go. Is it just me, Will? You are a bleeping idiot. Deion took over the worst program in the history of college football and won 9 games last year, and now you want to fire him already? Just realize 9 wins is the ceiling for Colorado. They're never going to be what they were under Mac. You got to get over yourself, idiot.
Good way to start.
Punctuated with idiot.
Good way to start a Friday.
We start with a bleeping and finish with an idiot. Will, you are a bleeping idiot.
Hey, listen. He won 9 games because he had 2 really special players. One of them is son, and another one he calls a son. Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter. He thinks so highly of him, he retired both their numbers. I don't have a problem with Travis's number being retired. He won a freaking Heisman Trophy. Shedeur probably wouldn't have done it. Different conversation for a different day. But if this texter gets real riled up over wins over Delaware and Wyoming, then guess what, man? Enjoy it. I guess you loved your 3-9 this year. Guess you loved it. And I'm just saying that Deion's had 2 miserable years in Boulder. I would describe 2023 and 2025 as miserable. Neither were fun. Neither were fun at all. 2024 was awesome, but again, you had 2 elite players in the game, first in the Heisman voting, and I believe Shedeur finished 8th in the Heisman voting. They're not coming back. They're not walking through that door. And now we're hearing rumblings about the transfer portal. And is Juju going to be here? And is Jordan Seaton going to be here? Experiment's run its course, man. I'm sorry, but that texter acts like Deion still walks on water and can't do anything wrong. It's been proven time and time again that hiring your buddies doesn't work. Not recruiting high school kids doesn't work. And simply relying on the transfer portal when you're not a huge NIL school does not work. I don't see a path to making this better overnight.
See, here's where I would disagree with you. You say it's run its course. I'm not willing to go there yet. It's not trending in the right direction. I'll say that. But remember, Deion hasn't been doing this for a long time, okay? And so, like anybody else, he's learning what works, what doesn't work. I think that he showed a remarkable sense of self-awareness that you're right. What he is doing isn't working by immediately changing and doing a complete 180 in the direction of what they did offensively with Pat Shurmur, which was basically a pro-style offense that just didn't work in today's college game, by recognizing and going out and bringing in this guy from Sacramento State who's 35 years old. He has a go-go. I mean, he's got an offense with a nickname. You know, give me more air raids. Give me more run and shoots. Give me a go-go offense guy in college football because that's the kind of stuff that works. So I'm not willing to say it's run its course when one of the first things he does after the season is barely over is acknowledge, yeah, I got to change some things. So if he's willing to do that, I'm willing to give him a little bit more of the benefit of the doubt for the time being.
Mike, he had that guy in the building and he ran him out. Sean Lewis goes to San Diego State, went 9-3, I believe, with the Aztecs this year. And he ran him out because he didn't love the fact that he wasn't showcasing his own son enough. So is that really a lesson learned, or is that just, at this point, cycling through OCs?
Here's the thing I think we all have to realize about CU. I just don't think they're ever going to have the kind of support that's going to allow them to compete with the big boys in college football.
Isn't that just waving a white flag, though? Oh, poor us, golly gee. They care about academics in Boulder, not in football, so we're done.
But what I'm saying is that you run the risk, if you get what you want and just blow Deion out, that not only with, and I'd ask you, who are you going to bring in that's going to make such a huge difference? I think you run the risk, if you get what you want right now, not only are you still going to have probably a bad football team, but you're going to have a boring, irrelevant football team. At least right now, they're not good, but at least they're still relevant. They're still on national television. They still get a lot of attention. The school is still making money, if not the athletic department.
So should we hang the banner relevant?
I just think at this point, you got to understand what you'd be signing up for if you did move on from Deion, and it actually might be worse than what it is now.
Maybe.
And I can say that with a lot of confidence because I saw what it was like here before Deion got here.
But do you think
you could easily return to that.
Do you think they get the cushy television schedule again next year? I don't think they're going to be on ESPN as much. I don't think they're going to be on Fox as much. I mean, that last game, they were on Fox Sports 1. Folsom was half empty, and no one watched it. And then the following week, they were at Kansas State, 10 a.m., and people were watching Ohio State, Michigan. Like, if the Buffs play on CBS Sports Network next year, it's not going to shock me as much. They did insane viewership numbers with Shedeur and Travis. But there's only so many times fans are going to tune in because, Deion's on the sideline.
Yeah.
We've all seen Deion. We've seen him on the sideline 37 times. The 38th time, not that exciting anymore.
Well, it's a fun sports topic, but let me just pour cold water all over it by just bringing up the stark financial reality, okay? For an athletic department that's already $27 million in the red, and that's paying Deion to coach, you want to now run him out, pay him off, pay all his coaches off, bring in a new coaching staff, and all the money that will go for that, and you really think they're going to be able to pull that off? Of course not. That's why he's not going anywhere.
I don't write the checks. By the way, are you going to read the texter who called me a top analyst? Are we going to get a nice one?
Oh, is there a top analyst one?
Yeah, the 0105.
All right, we'll get to Will Peterson, top analyst, and more Is It Just Me's next. First, though, let's remind everybody about this great event that we have going on. Really, really proud to be partnering up with our donation drive for all of the equipment, sports equipment that we're looking to bring to deserving kids. It's Blue Sports Stable in Superior. It's our Denver Sports Equipment Drive benefiting Recruiting Classroom. It's going on through December 20th as we're just taking donations of gently used or new sports equipment, and we appreciate whatever you can help out and give. Go through that garage, and maybe you got some kids who have moved on and are done with playing their sports, but there's still some good equipment left behind. It can be used by kids who need it. Most needed items include hockey and ice skates, as well as hockey sticks, football helmets and pads, baseball bats, lacrosse sticks. For drop-off locations and a full list of needed items, head to DenverSports.com/equipment.
Will R.J. Harvey finally take control of the Broncos' backfield? Will the Broncos avoid the trap game against a division rival?
This is it!
We'll react to it all in the Fan Football Postgame Show, live on game day starting at the 2-minute warning. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
All right, guys, the holidays are upon us. There's a wonderful person in your life, your wife, your mother, whoever it may be, something you want to get them, something really nice, yet affordable. Hey, Mark Schlereth here. Here's a terrific idea for you. This year, buy her the gift of Beau Visage Skincare and Spa. They specialize in wonderful services like European facials, soothing therapeutic massage, and a whole lot more. I can tell you firsthand, guys, I've been over there. Unbelievable facilities. They are first class all the way. Beau Visage, you're not just buying a service, you're buying the experience, guys, of a luxury spa, and I'm telling you, it's awesome. They do a great job, and you'll never go wrong buying a gift certificate at Beau Visage. They have several packages that you can choose from, including some of the great ones over there. I mean, half day at the spa is fabulous, guys. Very competitively priced, 303-779-5002, or online at bvspa.com.
A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. Over 90,000 five-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage doors is what we do. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
Another summer is ended, and you may have noticed that your energy is lower, your workouts aren't as productive, perhaps you aren't sleeping as well and feel foggy all the time, maybe even your sex drive is off. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're experiencing some or all of these symptoms, it's likely you have low testosterone. And if that's what's going on with you, don't wait. You need to call us at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and get treated for your low T, because living with low testosterone is no way to live. With our low T treatments, if you're like most guys, your life will change considerably. Improved sleep, better energy, greater gains in the gym, better mental clarity, and your sex drive will likely improve as well. Plus, most men see these results in just a few weeks. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Looking to sell your used Rolex watch? We buy and sell pre-owned Rolex watches, all styles from old to new. Hi, I'm Scott Matthew with Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry. Bring in your Rolex watch and we will buy it on the spot. Matthews, located in Highlands Ranch, serving Colorado since 1951.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, a new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
Hey, Stoke here from my friends at Trajan Wealth. I've talked about Trajan Wealth for a while, but now I'm actually a client. And let me tell you, they made retirement planning simple. No pressure, no confusing jargon, just clear, honest advice from fiduciaries who put my goals first. I used to wonder if I was missing something. Turns out I was. Trajan Wealth gave my plan a second look and uncovered opportunities I hadn't considered. Now I feel confident, prepared, and honestly relieved. If you ever question your retirement strategy, get a second opinion like I did from Trajan Wealth. It could change everything. Call them today and take the first step towards financial confidence. 720-204-8100. That's 720-204-8100. Or you can find them online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. They have offices located in Broomfield, Greenwood Village, and Loveland. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter. Dream bigger. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
At Postman Law, we're not your typical injury firm. Our lawyers have won at the U.S. Supreme Court, gone head-to-head with giants like Uber and Amazon, and recovered billions for clients. When you've been injured, having the right lawyer matters. PostmanLaw.com. Others promise. Postman delivers.
Call 844-POSTMAN. Attorney advertising.
Cold weather wearing on your hands? Try O'Keefe's Working Hands. You'll see visible results in one use and guaranteed relief for dry, cracked hands. O'Keefe's Working Hands, America's #1 hand cream.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You are listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
On 104.3 HD3, DU Hockey skates with Miami, pregame starting at 6:30. Saturday morning on 104.3 HD3, DU Women's Basketball faces Idaho with pregame starting at 11:30. On The Fan, home of the Colorado State Rams, CSU Basketball faces CU with pregame starting at 2:30.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at WistaraCU.com.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos.
Candy shaming. I don't know how anybody can eat that. Black licorice? Ugh. 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 Gross.
Fact checking.
I think we have another candidate for the Mike Evans big board of BS.
No way.
In the spirit of giving.
Mike is getting an almost new but slightly used snowblower.
Oh, is that his compensation, Mark?
No, that's just out of the goodness of my heart, Stoke.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Somebody told me.
All right, as we roll into our fourth hour here, showing no signs of letting up here, just after 9 o'clock. Got Will Peterson in for Stoke, who's off today. Got Mark Schlereth in Cleveland, who is done with his part of the show, being back out east as he is. Rust Belt, Midwest kind of thing there for Stink. He's done because time difference. He's now meeting with the Cleveland Browns. He's calling Browns and Titans this weekend, so we got him on for the first 2 hours of the show. By the way, he did pick the Broncos to win 30-10.
30-10.
It was. So we got Will here, and while there were some people very upset with Will's takes on Deion Sanders and the CU football situation, you have plenty of supporters like this one who says, I like to say that I think Will is actually the best analyst you have on the station. Always good takes and perspective. No offense, Mike, but you're more of a show pony. Wow, that hurts because I use show pony for Mark, but now I'm a show pony. Okay.
I didn't read the second part of the text.
I'll try to be better.
I wasn't trying to chuck you under the bus. I just saw the first part.
You think this long into the game, I worry about that stuff? Of course not. Then there's this one. If Will is a top analyst and I'm a fitness model.
I hope you have a six-pack. Whoever texted that in.
Let's see. Will, you're a clown. Deion brought more entertainment to this area in 3 years than CSU has in 150.
Okay, then hang the entertainment banner. You know, I'm glad you guys got talked about on ESPN. That's fun. Was it fun losing 5 in a row to end the year? Getting blown out every single week? Was that fun? Was that entertaining? Wasn't for me.
I think because CU fan has such a close recent memory of how bad it really looked around here, that you know what? Relevance and entertainment isn't the worst thing. It is something they can hang their hat on as something that is, maybe the wins aren't here as much as we'd like, but you know what? We're interesting. We're relevant. We're talked about. And I'll take that because I've seen the alternative, and the alternative is bad.
But are we in the entertainment business or the winning business? To me, as a fan, I want to win, right? I don't care as much about there's a graphic on ESPN with my logo on it. It doesn't fire me up anymore. It fired me up when he first got here. And that was really exciting last year when he had 2 generational players, at least at the college level. Wasn't fun this year, and there's not a lot of hope. There's not a real light at the end of the tunnel. There's not a bunch of 5 stars coming to Boulder anymore. There's no high school recruiting class to speak of. Where's the talent going to come from? That's what scares me as a Buffs fan.
Yeah, and I'm encouraged that Deion already has acknowledged some of the things he has to change by going in a 180 direction when it comes to his offensive coordinator, going from stale, boring, old Pat Shurmur to younger, creative guy that they're bringing in from Sacramento State. But if there's another thing that Deion has to change, and that is you can't just be portal reliant. There is still, you look at, with the National Signing Day having passed in the last couple days, look at the teams that are consistently ranked in the top 10 when it comes to just flat-out college recruiting, not just portal recruiting. It's all the teams. It's all the usual suspects. And then you look down at the list, like 247 recruiting. They are maybe the most reputable source out there when it comes to ranking the recruiting. College football recruiting rankings. CSU, 66th in the nation with 24 commits.
Okay.
CU, 103rd with 11 as of right now.
Wow.
And last in the Big 12.
Not good.
Now, they're 19th in the portal rankings. But again, look at the big boys in college football. They're in the top 10. They're in the top 20 in the portal and recruiting. You got to add the recruiting part of it.
And why don't we recruit this state? It feels like we ignored this state.
Yeah, but that's not a Deion problem. Nobody's been able to. Nobody's wanted to recruit this state.
Okay, but Creek and Valor still send kids to the SEC.
I know.
Why is a kid going to Georgia and not going to CU?
I don't know, but we've been talking about that for 20-plus years.
Well, Jim Mora then should jump on it, right? Take the best kids in this state and keep them in Colorado. Because people act like, I just got to recruit California and Texas and Florida. That's an insult to the high school programs in this state. There are SEC caliber players, and none of them ever go to Boulder. They all end up out east.
We got the Broncos and Raiders coming up on Sunday. Where is your level of confidence that the Broncos not only win this game, but win it comfortably? Do they need to win it comfortably for you?
I think they do. You know, during this 9-game winning streak, Mike, a lot of the chatter has been, well, they only win by 1 or 2 or 3. Yeah, it's generally the case. 7 of the 9 have been absolute nail-biters, but they do have 2 blowouts in this stretch. They blew out the Bengals 28-3. They blew out the Cowboys 44-24. I think it's time for a third blowout. I think Sunday does need to be a bit of a laugher. Give Broncos country a break. I hope it's 4:30 and your feet are up on the couch and you're up 28-6 in the third quarter. You're cracking a cold one, getting some more food, and just a little more relaxed. I think style points matter on Sunday because I think the Raiders, they may be the worst team in the NFL.
Yeah.
And the Jets and the Titans and the Browns, I get it. The way the Raiders are trending, they're number 1 overall pick type material.
And I hear it's the same thing you hear every time you play a team like this stage of the season. Oh, the Raiders would love to play spoiler against the Broncos. That is such a fallacy. That is such a myth. If you think that collectively the Raiders are thinking about and rallying around the idea of, this is our Super Bowl. Let's go out and ruin the Broncos season. They don't think that way. Athletes at this stage of the season, they don't think this way. They're professionals. They're thinking about their next contract. They're thinking about staying healthy so that they can continue to go out and get contracts and stay with their current contract. They're not rallying around the idea of spoiling the Broncos season, at least to start the game. Now, screw around, play with your food, and allow this to become a game midway through the third quarter, then guess what happens? This team who has nothing to play for and has been probably using the first 2.5 quarters as an excuse to tap out, all of a sudden looks around and says, well, what do you know? We're still here. We got a chance to win this game. All right. Competitive juices kick in. Let's go try to win this thing. If you're the Broncos, just come out, put your foot in their throat early, and it'll be 1-2-3 Cancun, and they'll be searching for the buses.
Yeah, I think your point's well taken, because if you're up 28-6, guess what they're thinking about? Their villa in Cabo in a month. But if it's 10-9, they're thinking, hell, I showed up to work today. We might as well go try to win the football game.
And then we can try to spoil their season. At that point, maybe you start thinking about that.
Foot on the gas early is what you're telling me. That's how the mindset the Broncos need to come out.
Put it away. Jump up 14-3. Early in the second quarter, this one's over.
Can I ask you one quick question about Zach Allen?
You may.
Calf yesterday, DNP. Mace sees him stretching. All the reporters see him stretching. And then all of a sudden he gets hit with a did not practice. Does that raise your antenna a little bit? Does that scare you a little bit? I'm not trying to go doomsday here, but for a guy to stretch and then all of a sudden DNP with a calf, I'm just very anxious to see if Zach Allen is on the field here in a couple hours when the Broncos get going.
All right, we'll talk about that. I'll give you the answer to that. And why, as a Bronco fan, if you are a believer in history repeating itself, you may want the Broncos to lose a couple of these games in December. I know, but I'll explain why next.
After a disappointing season, has the pressure been turned up on Coach Prime and the Buffs?
Guys, I'm telling you, if Deion Sanders doesn't win and win big next year, CU Athletics will be in a worse spot after he leaves than before he arrived. And that's a promise.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, you live with back pain, neck pain, worried about needing surgery? How about taking all those habit-forming medications? My guys at Spine One, they specialize in treatments that offer alternatives to major surgery and long-term medication. Here's the best part. You can do exactly what I did. Start your journey toward pain-free today. They're a phone call away. Same-day appointments, guys. Spine One is a complete medical center for spine care. They've got exams, MRIs, physical therapy, treatment options, all in one facility. And I'm telling you guys, I love sitting down with the doctors. They showed me exactly what was going on, why I had so much pain in my low back, and then gave me the options for that debilitating pain in my low back. Guys, changed my life. I had to quit going to the gym, quit working out, quit playing golf. I couldn't sleep through the night. A couple of short treatments over there at Spine One. I was back on the golf course, back in the gym, sleeping through the night again, guys. Totally changed my life. You know what I'm talking about. If you're in pain, it checks you out of life. You just get to the point where you just don't want to do anything. Guys, don't live that way any longer. Call them. Same day appointment, 303-367-2225, 303-367-BACK, or find them online at spine1.com.
Samantha Flanagan here for Flanagan Law. If you find yourself in a car accident, do not tell the insurance company you are fine. They will hold that against you even if you end up with medical bills 3 months later. Protect your rights. Look for the Shamrock. Go with Flanagan Law.
Hey, it's Zach By here for 5280 Exteriors. Enjoy holiday savings of 20% off your windows or siding project. That's right, premium craftsmanship, stunning curb appeal, and energy efficiency. Visit 5280exteriors.com today. The altitude of quality.
Hellsberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for Dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop in store at Hellsberg.com for up to 50% off.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Audible's romance collection has something to satisfy every side of you, because you can't be pinned down, unless you want to be. Your first love story is free when you sign up for a 30-day trial at Audible.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Joel Klatt, the nation's leading voice in college football, joins Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth every Wednesday morning. Presented by Groove Toyota. Here we go. Tune in at 8:10 for exclusive insight, bold analysis, and maybe just a hint of shenanigans. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Listener appreciation.
Our RamosLaw.com texters always answer the bell.
Mentorship.
You can't be that guy. Don't be that guy.
Yeah. And words of wisdom.
Don't let my confidence offend your insecurity.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Got Will Peterson in for Stoke. Got Mark in Cleveland. He is done for the day with us because he's off prepping for the Browns and Titan games that he's going to be calling on Sunday. But we're having a good time with you. And Is It Just Me Friday, giving you a chance to weigh in on all kinds of topics, not limiting you to one. So let us know what you're feeling. RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. And also on our Denver Sports YouTube channel. Subscribe and get involved there. And the more this season goes along for the Broncos, Will, you can't help but notice some of the similarities to 2015. Broncos won the Super Bowl in San Francisco. The Super Bowl is going to be in San Francisco this year. That team won with a dominant defense that could seemingly make a game-changing, momentum-changing play on demand, carrying an offense that at times was, struggling and mediocre. Seeing a lot of that this year. Right down to, I got this tail of the tape that's making its way around. How about this? This is the 2015 Broncos tail of the tape versus the 2025 Broncos. Both teams 10-2 through 12 games. That team in 2015 had scored 269 points. This year's team, 284. Points allowed, back then, 210. This year, 218. The point differential per game, +5 in 2015, +5.5 in 2025. So a lot of similarities. Heck, going right back to, the Broncos had lost a string of overtime games in a row that they stopped that streak Sunday against Washington. It was their first overtime win since 2015. So I love the similarities. But here's part of the problem.
Okay.
If you are somebody that believes, pay attention to history because it can repeat. The 3 times that the Broncos won a Super Bowl, in all 3 of those years, you ready for this? This is fascinating. Johnny Fever came up with this. In all 3 of those Super Bowl winning years, they lost back-to-back games in December.
Wow. The old get it out of the system before the playoffs, right?
97, they lost back-to-back weeks, 15 and 16, to Pittsburgh and San Francisco. 98, week 15 and 16, they lost to the Giants, ending their perfect start, and Miami. And 2015, they lost week 14 and 15 to Oakland and Pittsburgh. So, history would say that if the Broncos lost 2 games in December, back-to-back, that would be a good omen. I don't think anybody would take it as such this time around.
No, probably not, because your 1 seed will go poof if that happens. And heck, the AFC West could go poof if that happens, because the Chargers are only 2 games back. And realistically, they're only 1 game back because they hold the tiebreaker. So think about it this way. If LA comes to Denver for Week 18 and is 1 game behind the Broncos in the standings, that is for the AFC West that day. Because if the Chargers win, you'd have identical records. They'd be 2-0. They'd hold the tiebreaker, and you'd go 5, 6, or 7 seed in the playoffs. listen, if the Broncos have 2 home games, most of the fan base is going to be picking them to go to Super Bowl 60 in Santa Clara. If they have 3 road games, you got to have your orange and blue glasses on to pick them to go to the Super Bowl. So losing 2 in a row right now, while the history is great and it's kind of a fun, quirky stat, would not make me feel good about this team's chances to hoist the Lombardi Trophy based on how it would affect them in the standings.
What do you think has to happen down the stretch? Where do they have to finish in order for you to feel comfortable about them making a deep playoff run? And when I say a deep playoff run, AFC Championship game.
Yeah, I think 14-3. I think that'll do the trick because I think the Patriots are going to lose to either the Bills or the Ravens. And that's crazy because if you had told anyone before the year, hey, 14-3, that's where they got to get to, people would say, I know it's 9-18, but what are you drinking already? So for the Broncos, that's the number, is 14. That's a crazy number, especially when you started 1-2. You're on a 9-game winning streak. You're going to have to win 13 of your last 14, maybe 14 in a row to wrap up the number 1 seed. That's unheard of. We talked to Sean Payton the other night, and he's saying, what's the equivalent of this in basketball or hockey? Winning 45 games in a row? Yeah. That would be the equivalent of winning like 70 if you won 14 in a row to close the year. So my number is 14-3. Where are you at?
Would you even want them to win 14 in a row? I know that's a dumb statement on the surface, but would you want them to be carrying a 14-game winning streak into the playoffs?
No, and I'll tell you why. Because you remember what their winning streak was in 2012? It was 12. And then Raheem Moore happened against the Baltimore Ravens.
That's right. They had won 12 in a row.
They had won 12 in a row
right.
going into that game against Ray Lewis and Joe Flacco and the Baltimore Ravens. I'm not rooting for a loss because you can't make yourself do that as a Broncos fan, but a speed bump may not be the worst thing in the world.
Exactly, right? Because you just, you love the streak, but then there's the idea that the longer that the streak goes on, the more it makes you do, and you'd rather not come have it do in the playoffs.
Exactly.
You know what? It's shaping up, and I know nobody wants to see it, but the game that, if there's a game to lose, it's Green Bay here.
Explain.
Next week. NFC team. It's kind of a, if you think that you have a game you can lose, the Green Bay game is the best one because that's kind of a freebie. Because it has really no bearing on your division, no bearing on the conference, no bearing on tiebreakers or anything like that. So,
provided the Patriots drop 1 to the Bills or Ravens.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what we're going on the assumption.
That the Patriots aren't going to get to 15-2.
Right.
They'll be 14-3.
Correct.
You can lose to the Packers 14-3, and you're still the 1 seed.
Correct.
Okay.
That's probably the one game that you're like, okay, we could lose it. Or you just steamroll. Yeah, but then again, do you want to get to the point where, I don't know if, I love this conversation. I love that we're having this conversation, by the way. We started the season hoping that they could scramble their way into the playoffs again, and now we're talking about, let's see what game we want them to lose. If we could choose them to lose one game and still finish with the best record in the AFC, what would it be? Yeah. Then there's the idea of, do you want the Chargers game, the last game of the season? Do you want it to mean a little something, or do you want it to mean nothing? And you wanted to do what the Chiefs have done the last few years, where basically you wrap up the number 1 seed and you sit everybody out that week. And then now we're having the debate about rest versus rust. And if you're seeing your starters out for 2 weeks before you play again, is that a problem?
Yeah, and those are first world problems for sure.
They're great first world problems.
Especially if that Chargers game means absolutely nothing. What's the question to Sean Payton? Are you comfortable with your guys not playing from Christmas night? Think about that. December 25th.
Mini bye.
Until January 18th or 19th. That's the divisional round, Mike. So I'll ask you, are you comfortable that the Broncos starters, and this is perfect world scenario, we're having fun on a Friday, that they may not play from December 25th to January the 19th if the 1 seed is theirs? Is that too long of a break?
It's way too long.
So you'd play them against the Chargers week 18?
I'd play them the first half.
Okay.
I'd roll the dice. Understand, hold my breath, but you got to play. That's way too long.
It's almost a month.
It's a month. Now, you get to the point where the Broncos are doing this every year, and we're talking about, well, this is the 6th straight year that they find themselves in this situation. Did they decide to rest their starters late in the season? Well, by that point, they'll have learned how to handle it, how to get that much time off and still be ready to go when it's time to play again. You don't want to. they haven't done it yet. So until you know they can do it, you can't trust them to handle that much time off. Go out and play.
And the other thing, you brought up 2015 comparisons as well. That defense was elite. This defense is elite. But you did have a quarterback in Peyton Manning who had been there, done that. Had played in, 30 playoff games in his career, had won a Super Bowl. I like Bo Nix a lot. I think Bo Nix can be a great player, and he already is a great player. He's got 20 wins in 2 years, and that number's only going to be rising. But at the same time, he's not Peyton Manning. He doesn't have a playoff win to his resume quite yet, and that's where the comparisons to me, 2015 and now, get a little hairy of just the leadership and experience at the QB position. Even the biggest Bo Nix fans can't argue with that point that was Peyton Manning, his last ride in the NFL. That's where let's get a little let's take it a little easy on these teams are so similar. Well, the QB position's not
My
all
dream
that similar.
scenario is this, is that you go into that Charger game, you've clinched the division. I don't want the Charger game hinging on beating the Chargers to win the division. I want the division already clinched, but you go into that game with the top seed in the AFC still in play, meaning if you win, you get it. That way, everything's perfect. You've won the division, so you got a little bit of a cushion, safety net, but now you're playing everybody because the stakes are still high. You get that first round bye if you win, and now you don't run the risk of having too much time off. That's my dream scenario. How about yours?
I love it. I think that, the foot on the gas, so to speak, having to go through Week 18 is great. And then guess what, Mike? You get to sit on your couch while the rest of the AFC beats up on each other. And those matchups, 7-2, 6-3, 5-4, they would all be very juicy with the caveat the NFL reseeds. So if the Bills are the 7 or the Chiefs are somehow the 7, they beat the 2. They're coming to Denver next week, 7 versus 1 in the divisional round.
I want nothing to do with Wild Card Weekend.
Me either.
I don't. Because
let them all take care of each other.
Because I think this could easily, and this is in both conferences, by the way. I think all, 6? There's 6? All 6 matchups on Wild Card Weekend, it would not surprise me if the road team won all 6. That's how competitive.
Right, and how strong the wild cards are.
Those matchups are going to be. So if you can avoid that weekend, that is a goal to go after. Coming up next, we'll get into an Is It Just Me Friday with all the topics and a very reflective Bo Nix this week, talking about the importance of enjoying the ride. That's next.
Join Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and Blue Sports Stable in Superior for our Denver Sports Equipment Drive, benefiting Recruiting Classroom. We're taking donations of newer, gently used sports equipment through December 20th. Head to denversports.com/equipment for a list of drop-off locations and most needed items. And help us spread some cheer this holiday season.
Hey, if you have the IRS on your back and these aren't the best of times financially, you may think laying low and trying to put off the IRS is your best strategy. Actually, it's the best time to deal with the IRS when you're not at your financial best. This is the message I want to pass along from Advanced Tax Solutions. They have over 50 years of experience as a professional IRS tax resolution and tax debt relief company. They are local, and they believe in working right alongside their clients. Todd Whalen leads the way with over 30 years experience, passionately fighting for folks in their oftentimes complex battles with the IRS, tax levies, tax debt, back taxes, payroll questions. Advanced Tax Solutions knows that no two tax problems are the same, and there is no one-size-fits-all solution. If money is tight and the IRS is on your case, understand this. They want to make a deal. They want a resolution. Get Advanced Tax Solutions. Have them take control and navigate you through this. They have saved clients thousands and thousands of dollars and untold amounts of stress. So call Advanced Tax Solutions today. 303-753-6040.
You've got your whole life ahead of you, so choose a Medicare plan you can count on. And that's what you get with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. With more than 45 years' experience serving its members, United Healthcare has plans with low monthly premiums that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today. United Healthcare Medicare plans. It's Medicare coverage Colorado can count on.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity. Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids are going to grow, new memes will come out, but also, what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you actually don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from threats online. Plus, you get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices with no one battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all your devices are going to be working in perfect harmony, and you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, no strings attached. So even though your kids will grow up and you still won't understand what 6-7 means, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. All with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
Heads up, pros. Now's your chance to unlock deeper savings. The Home Depot's new Pro Extra Preferred pricing can help you save thousands on the products your business uses the most. But the current benefit ends November 15th. Don't miss out. Registration for the new program is free and easy. Just bring your tax ID or business or contractor's license to the Pro Desk. Register now to lock in the best wholesale prices before it's too late.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Roller Auctions.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
On 104.3 HD3, DU Hockey skates with Miami, pregame starting at 6:30. Saturday morning on 104.3 HD3, DU Women's Basketball faces Idaho with pregame starting at 11:30. On The Fan, home of the Colorado State Rams, CSU Basketball faces CU with pregame starting at 2:30.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at WisteraCU.com.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Self-defense lessons.
I tased them.
Taste them. Taser always works.
That's right.
Southern charm.
Look at the boys.
With some classic impressions.
He put his pitchfork down, he grabbed his sledgehammer, and he said, "Hey, you want some of this?"
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Happy as a clown.
All right, we got Stoke off today. Mark is done for the day with us as he's off in Cleveland getting ready to call Shedeur and the Browns against the Titans. So Will Peterson and I have been having some fun here. We got some items to pass along here, some news for you. So in the wake of Crumblegate, where the founder of Crumble Cookies, who's a big BYU supporter, stepped up and wrote a big check to make sure the BYU coach stayed put and did not go to Penn State. We've got this announcement. Michigan State announces its largest single donation and one of the largest in college athletics history, $401 million.
Wow.
Wow. Which, note to self, I was going to Venmo Richie Carney the money I owe him for picking up McDonald's, but apparently he doesn't need it. How about that?
He got 401 lying around.
Oh, Sparty, huh? No, the commitment is not from Richie Carney. Although if you just talked about pure passion, it's $400 million worth. But no, this is from Greg Williams, the founder and CEO of Acrisure. I don't know what that is, but I do know that they just hosted a college basketball tournament. One of those ones that you see at
the Bahamas or something
Maui
like that.
or something like that. So just further proof. This is. How do you feel about it? How do you feel like college sports has always been an arms race? You know, it's always been facilities and things like that. But the fact that it hinges and rides so much on being able to have these deep-pocketed boosters. How do you feel about that as a college basketball fan?
Yeah, well, I think if your alumni base has them, you're fine with it, right? But the problem is not everyone has an alumni base with $401 million lying around. You talked a lot about CU's financial problems and how, we can debate the football coach of DU or of Deion, but it's not realistic for them to move on because the finances just don't work. They just gave him a huge contract extension. Well, if you just had one booster write a $400 million check, that could solve a lot of problems overnight. So People say, well, it takes an army, it takes a village. No, it takes literally one human being, and Michigan State is proof of that with the news you just passed along. That said, I think my take on it, Mike, is when does college football break off from the NCAA? Because this is just a business, and it just cracks me up when we call football players student athletes. I understand there's guys that are up there to get degrees, and they're walk-ons or whatever. There are a lot of guys there that are play football. What was Cardell Jones's tweet all those years ago at Ohio State? We're not here to play school. We're here to play football. Why do we have to go to class? I think the NCAA is probably important for golf and swimming and volleyball and softball and soccer. It's not important to football. When is this farce going to finally end? And the schools, yeah, you can still wear Alabama and represent Bama, but you don't go to class. You're there to play football. That's the next step for me.
It's funny because, and it's not funny in a funny way, but it used to be, and wasn't that long ago, that schools and coaches and programs would talk about the idea of the student athlete and how they wanted to bring people in who not only could help but also get a degree and really lend to the university. They would say that like 5 years ago, and I would roll my eyes. Hey, at least now they're not even trying to do that. Yeah. You never hear anybody bring up getting a degree and academics. Nobody even talks about it anymore.
Because it's not a thing.
Right. It's such a farce that nobody even tries to pretend as they would even like 3 or 4 years ago. So that's the way it is. But to your point about breaking away, I think we are heading towards a world in big-time college football and basketball where basically there's like a 20-team super conference that it crosses all geographical lines. It's just a 20-team power conference that isn't connected with the NCAA, has its own TV deal, doesn't probably even really compete against the schools that aren't in it. They just break away and basically become their own professional league. And maybe they have some sort of soccer-like, what do they call that if you are finishing the bottom and you get dropped?
Relegation.
Relegation, right. Maybe somebody can get dropped and somebody could then move up. But I think what you're seeing is there'll be 20 schools that can really afford to play big boy college football and big boy college basketball. They'll break off. And you know what? It would not be the worst thing because it would allow a lot of schools to just maybe exhale and say, whew, okay, we don't have to try so hard to compete with these guys and come up short time after time after time. We can take a step back. We can exhale. We can go swim in a pool where we're with everybody who's kind of the same thing. And then that allows you to have maybe more competition, bowl. You can still do playoffs and things like that, but you're not forced to try to keep up with the big boys.
And would the athletes on those 20 teams go to class? Or would they literally just be there to play football? Would it be a job?
It would be their choice.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think it would be their choice. You want to come here and just play football and basketball? Do you want to also try to go to class and get a degree? Well, yeah, we'll give that, but you don't have to.
Well, and what's interesting, too, is think about, and I think Johnny Manziel was kind of the tipping point for this, because Johnny Manziel was so famous at Texas A&M, he could no longer go to class in person because it was a distraction. He was getting mobbed. People wanted pictures, autographs, this and that. Whereas I went to the University of Missouri.
Feels like my high school experience.
I went to the University of Missouri. And, Mike, we had legitimate players.
Yeah.
You know who I had classes with all the time at Mizzou and kind of became somewhat friends with was Blaine Gabbert, right? He's a first-round pick. He didn't have the NFL career he wanted. He was a backup for a long time. Hell, I've thrown Blaine Gabbert out there as a Broncos potential backup the last couple of years. But Blaine and I, sat next to each other in class, and people thought it was cool. Like, ooh, the QBs in the business class or whatever. But it wasn't what it is now.
Right.
Do you think Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders were going to in-person classes?
No.
They were taking them online because in this social media era, these guys are way too famous. So I like your idea of this 20-team super conference, and we don't even have to pretend like you have to take classes.
Exactly.
You're here to play football.
Exactly. Is it just me? This is from Dan from Windsor. Is it just me? I think you guys are looking at Christmas night's game differently than I am. I want that to be the night Kansas City is eliminated from the playoffs in their home with the smoking gun in Denver's hand. Your thoughts?
It'd be awesome, man. I mean, if the graphic pops up on the broadcast, Chiefs eliminated with a loss, and you're the ones that get to hand it to them in that stadium in front of that entitled fan base that's been tailgating all day. Hey, Johnny, we can't do Christmas morning because Daddy's got to go smoke his barbecue in the parking lot starting at 9 a.m. I mean, how fun would that be? I'm not saying you'd end the dynasty because they're still going to have Mahomes another 5, 6, 7, 8 years, but you'd put a ding in the dynasty, and you did it to Brady in 2004. Brady had won 3 of the last 4, and then Champ Bailey has the pick. He didn't win another one for like 10 years. Can you imagine if you're the team that sends the Chiefs packing for the season? Love the text. Love the idea. Hopefully, with a loss, the Chiefs are eliminated, and the Broncos hand them that loss, play the Grinch.
Here's the problem with that, is that unless you're able to tell me, and it's a guarantee going into it, that the Broncos win, I don't want any part of it. I don't. I'd rather, if you go into that game and Kansas City still has designs on catching you in the division, or I guess even making the playoffs, unless you can absolutely guarantee it, which you can't, I'd much rather have the dirty work done before then.
So you hope that they're out of it by that night, and then maybe Patrick Mahomes goes, oh, my ankle hurts a little bit. I mean, who's even the backup in KC these days? Wentz is gone.
I couldn't tell you.
You're seeing, the ghost of Chase Daniel out. You know what I'm getting at? Like, you want it to be that Christmas night is just the Chiefs are packed in for the season. Everyone's got a little something bothering them. They're already out of the playoffs.
Would I love to eliminate the Kansas City Chiefs? Sure. But if you go into a Christmas night and they have not been eliminated and they're still very much a threat and there's no guarantee whatsoever, I don't know if that's a scenario I'm eager to sign up for.
Fair. By the way, the Chiefs' backup is Minshew Mania.
Is it the
Gardner Minshew?
Captain George is the backup quarterback there in Kansas City?
Wouldn't you love to see Nick Bonito sack him 3 times on Christmas night?
That would be awesome. That would be awesome. I'll tell you what else is awesome. It's our ongoing sports equipment drive benefiting Recruiting Classroom as we're teaming up with Blue Sports Stable, easy for me to say, in Superior. It's going on through December 20th. We're taking donations of gently used or new sports equipment, whatever equipment you can donate. We really, really, truly appreciate and thank you. But the most needed items include hockey and ice skates, as well as hockey sticks, football helmets and pads, baseball bats, and lacrosse sticks. Get some of those Bauer skates that you no longer use, the tacks, and hand those off. For drop-off locations and a full list of needed items, head to denversports.com/equipment.
Denver is back in action this weekend with a rematch against Las Vegas. Kick your football Sunday off in style with Denver Game Day. Powered by Common Spirit Health, official healthcare partner of the Denver Broncos. Live on Game Day starting at 10 a.m. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here for my friends at Cudarelli Vision. Now, I wore glasses growing up, then I had LASIK surgery, but when I hit my 50s, man, I needed those readers for everything. I decided to go see Dr. Cudarelli, and I'm telling you what, I had that refractive lens exchange game changer. Absolutely could be for you too. So join Dr. Cudarelli for his live webinar. That's December 10th at noon. Learn about refractive lens exchange from Cudarelli Vision. Free webinar. You'll meet Dr. Cudarelli. They'll answer all your questions. How long is the procedure? What's the recovery time? Financing? Is it covered by insurance? I tell you what, they'll answer it all. Cudarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures, and he'll tell you if it's the right time for you to have RLE like he did for me. I'm telling you, it is awesome studying film, reading menus, you name it. Don't need those readers. So Cudarelli Vision, RLE, check them out. There's no readers, no glasses, no contacts, no cataracts ever. Check them out online at ColoradoRLE.com.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with a Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even bad hair day?
Yep.
And tree branch fell on my car day?
Especially that day. Progressive has you covered 24/7 for your home and auto.
How about thought it was chicken, but it was tuna day? Or overnight construction outside my bedroom day?
Those days too.
Great, because that was each day this week.
Been there. Well, at least your home and auto are covered every day with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Rain-X wipers are the #1 wiper blades in America. That means all kinds of drivers choose Rain-X. Big drivers in small cars choose Rain-X. Small drivers in big cars choose Rain-X. Drivers with long hair and short commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with short hair and long commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with pets on board Babies on board, and bored babies on board choose Rain-X. Basically, drivers who love a clear view of the road all choose Rain-X wipers, the #1 wiper blades in America.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Let's talk about your hair. If you're losing it and desire it back, then do what I did and go see Dr. Tanya Pauls at Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can personally attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but close to it. They put hair where you need it the most, and bam, it grows. It's actually science. Advanced Hair has it all. Top-rated Dr. Tanya Pauls, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins regrowing the very next day. Advanced Hair even guarantees it to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation today. Call 720-459-HAIR and you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. That's 720-459-HAIR. Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver, and they've changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. Become inspired with the before and afters at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Call Fix-It 24/7 for same-day service for any heating needs. Fast, reliable comfort when you need it most. Go to fixmyhome.com and click Book Now today.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan brought to you by Flanagan Law.
Stay up to date on the Broncos and the latest news from around the league with our NFL insider James Palmer, exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Mondays on The Rundown with Richie Carney, Tuesday afternoons on The Drive, and Friday mornings on Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth, all season long.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
DenverSports.com and the Denver Sports app.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Forced surrender.
We tried, didn't work. You have my permission. Have fun.
Opinion shaming.
I think we have another candidate for the Mike Evans big board of BS.
No way.
And an occasional superiority complex.
You realize I'm doing a national broadcast, you morons.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver.
Through the snow on Wednesday, and just decided to take a Roby day today. So Will Peterson's sitting in. Mark, I guess he's calling a national game, but is it really national when it's Cleveland and Tennessee, or is it regional? Not even. Is it even regional? Is it? Gross. Sub-regional.
He's got Shedeur Sanders playing.
That does help.
That does help.
That does help.
And
Do you believe?
You know, I said to Mark earlier, he does get time on Red Zone. And you never know when you're on Red Zone, but we all watch Red Zone, and you hear the voice, and you're like, there's Stink. If Shedeur throws a touchdown, we're going to hear him breaking it down when Scott Hansen bumps over to that game for 30 seconds.
Ty, do not record this because I do not want this to get back to Mark. But as much grief as we love to give Mark, good-naturedly, let's face it, he's one of, what, like 14 or 15 people on this planet who get to call NFL games every Sunday? Not bad.
It's pretty darn cool.
Not bad.
It's pretty darn cool. And the company he keeps is pretty darn cool as well, because there's not a lot of offensive linemen that are doing it. I mean, think about the color analysts around the league right now. Tony Romo, quarterback. Tom Brady, quarterback. J.J. Watt, all-time great defensive player. I know I'm missing several, but it's cool for Stink, and it's cool for our station that, yes, we're having fun with it. But in all seriousness, there's 5 million people watching Red Zone on Sunday, and we'll hear Mark's voice talking to us whenever something happens in that Browns-Titans game.
Let's hear from Bo Nix's voice here, as I thought he was very reflective this week. It was a long answer. He kind of broke it down into some different answers here. But just when he was asked about, can you appreciate what you're doing right now, what this team is doing? Do you allow yourself to appreciate it? And do you pay any attention to the noise out there that, you know, folks are trying to poke holes in what the Broncos are doing?
Absolutely. I think the worst thing you can do is let other people tear down a 10-2 record, whether it's saying you don't play anybody or, you're just relying on defense or whatever negative somebody's going to put on a positive. It's always going to happen. And we don't really worry about it. We're just excited. We know we've come a long way. This franchise and organization has had some great years, and then went into a little lull there for a minute. But then it just takes a couple guys. We get back on track, and all of a sudden we're 10-2, and right where we want to be.
There's a little bit more from Bo.
Everybody can talk about a 10-2 record and make excuses of why we have it, but you still have to win games. You're still playing NFL teams who pay their players just as much as we are paid. So I think it's important to not lose track of that, and it's a good perspective to have that no matter what's going on, you've worked hard and you've got yourself to a 10-2 record, and we believe we could have been even better.
You live as a Bronco fan in this hyper-aware, hypersensitive vacuum of just Bronco, 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 and you see all these close games, and you see them winning, but at times you're like, are they winning impressively enough? Are they living on the edge? But I think it's important to try to step back and realize everybody's playing close games in the NFL. That is the norm today. This league has never been as parity-driven, competitive, mediocre, as it's been right, and as it is right now. And so everybody's playing these close games. All right, so if everybody's playing these close games, instead of trying to poke holes in winning 9 in a row, maybe you should really applaud and congratulate a team that's able, in a world filled with close games, they win them all.
Yeah, especially because 7 of the 9 of them could have gone either way. And the Broncos have pulled out all 7. You look at Bo Nix on the sideline against the Chargers when you could read his lips and said, I had so many chances today. That's the last time he lost. And that was in the middle of September out there in L.A. when they dropped to 1-2 on yet another walk-off field goal right after the Colts game. That said, Mike, you play those 2 clips from Bo. What did he say 3 separate times in those 2 clips? 10-2. Don't let people tear down a 10-2 record. So we want to think these athletes don't hear the noise. Oh, they're so laser focused, they don't hear anything. He hears it. Well, he mentioned 3 times we're 10-2 when people on ESPN are hating on the Broncos at 10-2.
I don't deny he's hearing it.
He hears it.
And I don't deny they're all hearing it. Where are they hearing it from? I would argue they're hearing it from Sean.
Maybe.
And Sean,
you think he's playing clips?
I think he is masterfully, and this is what he should be doing. It's kind of shades of what Michael Malone did when they were on their way to winning their first championship. You play, you add fuel to the idea that people are overlooking you or are diminishing your achievements, or you're the Denver Nuggets. You play in a market that nobody wants to see succeed. They want to see the Lakers. They want to see the Mavericks. They want to see the Knicks. When you are in a position to use that chip, build that chip, and use it as an advantage, absolutely. I think when you keep hearing Bo say 10-2, it's because Sean's up there in front saying 10-2.
And no one respects us.
And here's what they're saying about you.
But this notion that the athletes can tune out the noise.
Yeah.
They all have smartphones. They all have televisions. They all have radios. They hear the noise.
They hear it.
And it's not so much locally. I think locally we're all rightfully heaping praise on the Broncos. I mean, 10-2 this is their best season since they won the Super Bowl, no questions asked. But I think nationally there's a hesitation to believe, and I think that's getting back to the Broncos players. And I think your theory could be onto something, that the head coach is making sure it gets back to his players as a motivation tool.
Well, when you have it done, when you don't have a resume, when the Chiefs win an NFL record, what is it, 17 straight one-score games? Wasn't it something like that?
It was crazy,
right? Well, when they do it, their ability to make the big play, and they just understand what it's like to win.
The clutch gene.
They know how to avoid how to make the costly mistake. Well, when you win enough and you build a resume, you win games like that. That's how people respond. When you're new to the party like the Broncos are, there's that element. It's got to be fool's gold because they don't have anything to back it up with yet, and that's fine. That's fine. So yeah, keep overlooking them. Keep poking holes in what they're doing.
And something flipped, Mike. They learned how to win. I don't know what happened, but they learned how to win. Because after the Colts game and after the Chargers game, I think a lot of Broncos country felt, here we go again. Because we saw that movie a lot last year. We're 1-2 this year with 2 one-score losses. Something changed, and I guess that's just a maturity thing, a leadership thing, a going through it type thing. You got to go through things in life before you can come out the other side and learn how to do it. I am thrilled because these 7 of the 9, as I mentioned, could have gone the other way. They made the key plays in all 7 of those to ride this 9-game
Get to our
streak.
prediction here in just a second. A very good Is It Just Me text to wrap it up here. Is it just me, or should Stokes' biopic be canceled after calling in today a strong week that flamed out weekly? No, it's not just you. So the idea that Mark Wahlberg will play him in his biopic, Jason Momoa as Mark Schlereth. Somebody suggested it would be Jonah Hill for me. I don't like that. I don't think that's nice. I think that's mean. But
I think Andy Richter would be a better fit.
Who?
Andy Richter.
Andy Richter. Okay, that is funny, but that's also kind of mean.
Hey, Jonah Hill played Paul D. Podesta.
No, he did?
Yeah.
Really?
If you weren't aware.
I've never heard that.
What's Jonah Hill's best role, real quick?
Huh?
Jonah Hill's best movie.
Oh, man. Oh, it's got to be the one with Channing Tatum.
21 Jump Street?
I thought that was funny as heck.
It was great. It was great.
But Superbad?
I would go Superbad.
Yeah, that's
more.
fine. That's fine.
And he's also sneaky good at Knocked Up. Don't forget, he has a smaller role in Knocked Up, and he is hilarious. Seth Rogen's good buddy, Jonah Hill.
Time for our predictions. Do we have time? We have time.
Prediction?
Yes.
Yes, prediction. Pain.
All right. Who you got? Broncos.
You know what's funny is Stink gave his prediction at like 7:55 today.
30-10.
And I'm sitting here going, I gave mine yesterday, and he stole it.
Oh, he took 30-10?
I had 31-10.
Well,
so
31-10.
I will stick with 31-10. Broncos
It's
do
revisionist history.
Broncos due for a third blowout, Mike. They really are. They need
really
a third blowout. This is a great chance to get it out in the desert.
I think this is still a team that's they're not bored with the season. They're not in the grind. They're just a couple weeks removed from their bye week. I think they're eager to get out and play football again. So I like the Broncos 27-13. So there you go. Before we get out of here, there's something in the orange and blue coming to Empower Field in August. Zach Bryan bringing his With Heaven on tour to the Mile High City, and we're going to give you a chance to win a pair of tickets to the show on August 13th. All you got to do, it's easy, free. Download the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Click on the banner to enter. If you'd like to purchase tickets, head to denversports.com/orange for more information. Will, thank you very much. You
were awesome. A lot of fun, Mike. 4 hours flew by with you, my friend.
Thanks to Stoke, thanks to Stink, thanks to Johnny Fever, thanks to AI Ty, and thanks to all of you who continue to listen and contribute to the show. We are so thankful for you and appreciate you. Have a great weekend. We'll see you on Monday. We got Dover and Cecil coming your way next.
Are Bo Nix and Evan Ingram finally on the same page? Will Vance Joseph find a way to shut down Brock Bowers and Ashton Genty?
We'll break it all down in the Fan Football pregame show, live on game day starting at noon. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hey, Stoke here. If you need a hip or knee replacement surgery, check out Colorado Joint Replacement. They're home to some of the top trained surgeons in the state using the latest technology. Their expert surgeons offer the most innovative joint replacement care in the Front Range. To schedule an appointment, visit coloradojoint.org.
Most people don't think about their garage door until it stops working. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. There's never a good time for your garage door to break, whether you're rushing to work or you're trying to get the kids to school. We know how much you rely on your garage door. That's why we offer same-day repairs, because life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Over 90,000 five-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage door is what we do, but making your life easier and your home safer is why we do it. Families trust us because we deliver, and we'd be honored to earn your trust too. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
After a car accident, you might wonder, do I really need a lawyer? But at Postman Law, we go beyond the courtroom. We're your single point of contact for insurance, medical bills, and doctors. Get the outcome you deserve without the headache.
Call 844-POSTMAN, attorney advertising.
Okay, only 10 more presents to wrap. You're almost at the finish line. But first... There, the last one. Enjoy a Coca-Cola for a pause that refreshes.
Is water damaging your home? Contact Groundworks, the basement concrete foundation experts. Get your free inspection today. Learn more at groundworks.com. Licensed in all states where work is performed.
The Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth podcast is brought to you by Xfinity. Introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for the next 5 years, guaranteed. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You are listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
It's Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Today's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday!
Microphone production here live on the radio. It is a Bud Light Football Friday. And you know it. When that sha-la-la-la-la gets going on a Friday, we are here and we're ready to get you set. Yeah, there you go. Let me match that one for you today. Boom.
Dilly.
We're in.
Double Mountain Dew.
Today, it is a Bud Light Football Friday, and we're fired up to be here.
You got a tall boy over there. What's going on?
I did. I got a long day ahead of me, so
okay.
I'm going to be preparing accordingly.
Oh, yes, and you are traveling, too.
Travel day today, so yeah, we'll be at the airport a little later. I'm going to the Big Ten Championship game later. We'll talk about it later, but
that's going to be awesome.
Fired up for that, going to hang out with the family, and a couple of generations of Dovers will be sharing an Airbnb watching a football game of a team they really like. So you can imagine what the weekend will be like.
Just don't get in a fight.
Oh, man, a family fight, though? That would be kind of fun.
No, with somebody else, like with Ohio State fans.
No, I know. Us versus them is what I'm saying.
Right. Oh, okay, yeah.
Like, man, I got to fight with my dad and uncles. This is a great memory. But we have a ton to get ready for the Broncos because this game, man, it means so much to a team that has done so little in the Las Vegas Raiders with just a couple of wins. We're going to break it down all day long. Mile-high moments, our keys to the game, our final predictions, all of that stuff is going down here in the next few hours. We always start the show the same way. Tribe roll call. Who are you? Where are you? And what are you doing for a buck out there today? It's our chance to just say thank you for everything you guys have done for us. Let us give you and your company a little shout out here on the show. So send that information to 303-713-1043. That's the RamosLaw.com text line. You can send that same information over on the YouTube stream. Just search Denver Sports on YouTube. Click the Dover and Cecil stream, and you are in just like that. We want to hear from you. Again, who are you? Where are you? What are you doing for a buck out there today? And you can start to call your shots early with your mile-high moments. So getting ready for the weekend that will be. Cease, how are you feeling on a little Bud Light Football Friday? Early feelings about this Raiders game, because you and I had talked about it all week. Are they going to roll over?
Right.
Are they going to play spoiler?
Right.
Will Bo look the same way he has the last couple of weeks? I don't know if it's the trip, quick weekend getaway, my lady's birthday, happy birthday to Kelsey, or I'm just ready to beat down the Raiders.
Right.
But I woke up in a great mood, feeling great about the Broncos.
Okay, so we need to do a little dream analysis here because I had a nightmare about the Colorado Avalanche.
Okay.
Oh, wait, no, that was the game.
Yeah, that actually happened.
No, I seriously did have a nightmare about the Avs. So I
Really?
woke up like in a sweat, like, what are they going to do? I'm not even going to say what the dream was because it's a major injury, and I don't want to put that. Put that on me, Ricky Bobby.
Yeah, don't put that evil on us.
And then I had a dream that Zach By and I were on a podcast together, and someone was interviewing us, and they were asking about rank the shows in Denver.
Like the radio shows?
Yeah. So I
Hell
started
yeah.
slamming the other stations and being vocal, and Zach was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And I'm like, nah, they suck. So I'm a little bit on it today. I think it's a medication. As you can tell, I'm fighting with something not contagious. Just caught a bit of a chill when I was shoveling the other day. I know Spivak asked me 2 days ago, what's wrong with you? And I was like, well, do you have time? And then I thought, well, I'm going through a lot, so I need the energy to be good today. The great thing about the tribe is that energy is going to be good. We're going to get that from you guys. We're going to give it back, and we appreciate you out there, the guys and the ladies, for this show. So my energy is high for the Denver Broncos, but instead of having a nightmare about